Scotty, beam me up.
All right, captains, we are back on the bridge. Good afternoon. Captains, you do not know how excited I am this afternoon. I have been waiting for this for a little bit. I see some of our fellow captains here. We have Sir Trance. Hello, sirs. How are you?
Admiral, if you will come with me.
You got that sound command in there, but now everything's turned off. So I keep forgetting to turn that off. We got Squid.
Captain on the bridge.
Squid, how are you? And on the YouTube bridge, we got Fleet Admiral. Salknar, hello, how are you? Hopefully you're well. Sean, Captain, how are you?
Captain on the bridge.
So, captains, officially for us here on both the YouTube and Twitch bridge, we are starting our Star Trek Online Fleet Week. And we did a pre-podcast last night with, of course, Low Life, or aka Sarcasm Detector, McStud Mapping, Spencer, pinch those cheeks, and was able to sort of have a little pre-talk about Fleet Week and what we're excited about, what we're looking forward to. And personally, this is what I was looking forward to. And captains, yesterday we had a sort of a pre-systems check with Admiral Buck there, aka Bill Krause, and I thought it was going to be 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Nah, man, it was like an hour plus. I may have had to change my uniform. Just saying. It's good to see you. Yes, sir. I am doing well. Thank you. Yes, Captain. So what we're going to do and how we're going to start this is when we get Bill here on the bridge is we're going to find out the processes. We're going to find out sort of what he does in terms of modeling and what it takes, how much time, effort, blood, sweat, and tears it takes to make these beautiful models. And as you can see there, captains on screen, I had to use this. This is his starships there, the Endurance and the Hood. I could have not found a better picture to use, a background overlay to put this ship. Now, of course, behind me you see, or here, behind me you see the ship of his that made it into the next season of Star Trek PICARD Season 3, which is the Neo Constitution, aka the USS Titan A. So we're going to talk about a little bit about that. The Farragut looks, yes. Lich, sir, thank you so much for that resub, sir. Thank you. Tonight, I'll see you around, do hope. Aw, thank you so much again for that. I appreciate that. I really do. Admiral, appreciate
Admiral,
that.
if you will come with me.
On my couch watching it. Nice. I appreciate it in reverse. Hello, how you doing, Captain? So before we get Bill on the bridge here, important announcement. So after this interview, whatever time that will be, we're going to be releasing ways that you can enter to the giveaways we'll be doing for Star Trek Online Star Trek Fleet Week. Okay, captains, as I'd mentioned, we are going to give away Elite Services packs, 5 each platform, PC, PlayStation, Xbox. We're going to be giving away a First Responder bundle, 4 for the PC, 2 for the PlayStation only, and then a chance, of course, to get the 10th anniversary bundle for any platform to the winner. So huge shout out to you, Ambassador Kale. Thank you so much for those codes. And also our own giveaway for reaching 1,000 followers on Twitch and on YouTube. I explained in a video that will be releasing why it took us too long, because we've already went over. But captains, before we start again, thank you so much for the support you show us here. I am humbled, I am honored, and look out for more of these because we are excited. But a good, nice look. I know there's a good looking ship. What's the First Responder bundle? That is the new Bozeman, the Kabat, and the Pasteur. So all good. So captains, without further ado, why don't we get Admiral Buck here? So let's get him on here and we'll start. And captains, I may triz myself, so just a bit of a warning. So again, captains, please do our very best to show a warm welcome to Admiral Buck, who will be joining us on the bridge. Hello, Admiral. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I am Ducky. Long time no talk.
I know it's been at least a day, right?
At least, well, really, if we're going to be honest here, it's at least been 5 minutes.
Oh, well, that too, yeah.
When we did our pre-system checks. So again, captains, this is Admiral Buck, aka Bill, and then again, I'll say in front of the captains, I've said this though before, thank you so much for joining us here on the bridge. And
It's my pleasure.
I am super excited. So captains, what we have is some questions to ask because we're curious to see, and as you can see, the overlay that we're using, again, I mentioned it's the Endurance and Hood. And before we go on, I'd actually maybe ask Bill, sir, could you explain these two ships for me? A little brief history on these two ships here that we're looking at.
Sure, you're looking at the Endurance in the background, and in the foreground is the Hood, and they're both built at 1/350 scale. I built the Hood first about 5-6 years ago, and it was basically my hot rod version of the Enterprise. I took the Hood as it may have been depicted following a refit after the M5 encounter, where the Hood and 3 other ships had engaged in a war game with the Enterprise that was commanded by the M5 computer. And according to the episode, the Hood was slightly damaged. So this is the Hood following a little bit of refit, and it's got a little bit of a tweak towards the motion picture era, just here and there, not a lot, but it's kind of a late TOS 2260s update of the Constitution class. And then the Endurance, the second ship back there, I built in 2018, and I refer to it as an expedition cruiser. It's a fairly large ship, and it was about an 18-month long process that I designed in SketchUp, and then realized as a scratch-built 4-foot long model, and that's what you see there.
They're both gorgeous. There's just no doubt they are just absolutely gorgeous, and I seen them kind of all around there, and when I saw the Hood, I actually thought at first glance it was the new Enterprise in Strange New Worlds, but upon closer inspection, I was like, whoa, that's not it.
It's similar, and people have made some comparisons when you first saw the new Enterprise in Discovery. It was about the time, or even after I had built the Hood, and so there's some similarities that were people have compared the two, but they're very different.
Different and
similar,
possibly
but different.
Like a happy accident, though. Like it kind of.
There's a lot you can do with the Constitution.
Yeah, no, it's such a gorgeous ship. So. One of the first things we'll start off with, well, I guess the second thing, since we started off with that, is I myself am a very curious person. So one of the questions we're going to start with here is I want you to tell us about yourself and introduce us to captains who possibly don't know yet of the work that you do.
Well, very simply, I'm just a starship model builder and designer, and that's my current profession now. That it had been my hobby for many years, but I retired just a month ago after 40 years as a multimedia video production company owner, and I got out of that, and I've now been fully involved in just building starships for a living as my retirement. But I had been doing this off and on for the last couple of years, being paid a commission to build models for people and other companies. So that's it in a nutshell.
Wow, and you did mention there one of the other questions we had here, right? The line of work you do. So congratulations on your retirement, and it seems like you actually found your calling and what you're going to be doing after retirement. But before that, can you tell us a little bit more about the company you own there, and maybe some of the major projects you had going on?
Yeah, I owned a video production company in Cleveland, Ohio, and it's mostly corporate industrial video, all non-broadcast. And we would provide videos for most of the Fortune 500 companies in Cleveland, the surrounding areas. Nothing you would ever see on TV, but we had clients such as Sherwin-Williams and Vitamix and Moen and most of the major companies in Cleveland, American Greetings. And these were all either for internal videos or promotional, website, trade show type of things. We had several studios that we built sets. We do a lot of installation videos for various companies, and we would have to build a kitchen or as part of a house, and we'd shoot, in that studio. But I was a videographer, editor, animator, so we pretty much a jack of all trades. Designed and built all the sets, did it all. And 40 years of it, so it's I'm ready to move on to not doing that anymore.
So
proud of my work, but
of course, and that was because that was your company. But so within the 40 years, when did you start though this quote unquote hobby of making starships?
Well, I've always been a model builder as a hobbyist, going way back to when I was a kid. And of course, I was born in the 60s, and I was raised in the 70s with all the sci-fi coming out at the time, including Star Trek in its syndication, and Battlestar Galactica, and of course Star Wars and all that stuff. And so I've always been a sci-fi modeler, as that was my hobby, and got out of it when I got married and went to college and raised kids, and then so it was only like in the last 7-8 years that I've been back in the hobby earnestly, and now it's my whole career pretty much.
When you say career, that's like such a I can sense a sense of joy. Like you're smiling. Look at you. They're smiling.
Yeah. Who would want this as a career?
And that is one of the things that I wanted to showcase, because not only do we see, or what we want to showcase here is obviously the passion of the ships that you build, but coming from you, that's what we wanted to showcase. And that smile that you have, sir, is all what we're looking for as well. So that is crazy. So modeling starships. So I did, and we talked about this before. There was that interview that I saw you do in, I believe, Interstellar Models. It was about
right.
3 years ago, and that was such a great interview. Now you mentioned something there that when it came to building starships, or ships in general, or anything you wanted to build, there was nothing of the model that you wanted to build. So you had to kind of buy things and put things together. Can you tell us sort of how long then it would take you for your first project to put together, and what that project was?
Well, I think, we mentioned in that interview that why I was a scratch builder, and the reason was because there weren't model kits available of things that I wanted to build, so I just had to fabricate them myself. And the first one that I think that I kind of scratch built was a Star Destroyer back, shortly after Star Wars came out. There hadn't been a kit for that yet, which I don't think didn't come out till Empire Strikes Back. So in the interim between Star Wars and Empire, I thought, well, I'm just going to have to build my own. And I built a big 4-foot-long Star Destroyer using just like a couple of pictures that I had we didn't have the internet back then, so it was just photographs and magazine things. And that was what got me started, I think, in the scratch building, was seeing what those guys are doing for Star Wars. The ILM guys were building these ships, and just buying boxes and boxes of model kits for detail. And I thought, well, I could do that. I have boxes and boxes of models. I can just start pulling parts off and build the shape and detail with all these little plastic little bits, and paint it all one color, and boom, you've got a Star Wars ship. And that's what set me on that path of thinking, well, I don't have to wait for a model kit to come out. I can just build my own and go from there.
Who needs you guys? I can.
No, we need to. Yeah, I'm not waiting for those guys.
I'm not gonna wait 5 years for a model. I can do my own. So you said 10 years old when you did that?
No, in
Oh, so-
'77 I would have been like 13.
Okay, so
something like
13.
that.
Okay, and
Yeah.
it's hilarious because you say, I'll just build my own, but like at 13, I wasn't building model ships. See,
hmm
like the skill that's working because my son, and if I mentioned this to you before, my son builds models, and I see him in the kitchen or wherever he chooses to build his ships. Like it's painstaking. So, I mean, I guess staying on that subject of the Star Destroyer, how long did that take you to do to make?
Oh, that was like a year.
Oh.
I think about. Yeah, it was a project. And
Jeez.
I think that's what kind of got my feet wet into, if I want something bad enough, I have to really invest some more than just a couple of nights on it, because it's something that it's a vision that you have. They go, oh, I have to see this through. And, time is irrelevant at that point. You just work on it a little bit at a time every day, and eventually it'll get done. So based on that experience, most of my models they take about that long, because I just know it's going to take that long to get there. I'm not worried about having it done tomorrow. I can take as long as it takes, and as long as it's good. That's the goal, is to make sure that it fulfills my vision, and however long it takes to do it, it takes to do.
Right, a
In
year.
fact, the endurance right there, the endurance was 18 months. But most of those ships, even the Hood, they average about 7 to 8 months to build, start to finish. And depending on complexity with paint jobs and lighting and all that, all that takes a while.
It's very intricate work you do. So, silly question: do you still have your first Star Destroyer?
I have the bridge left of it. I had hung it in my bedroom, stupidly, and I was making the bed one day, and I flipped the sheet and I banged it, and it fell from the ceiling and it hit the floor and shattered into like a billion pieces. And it's like, So I picked up the bridge and I saved that, and everything else, it was wildly inaccurate anyway. Once the kit came out and I got better reference, I went, boy, this is horrible. So I scraped up all of the remains and thought, well, I'll build another one and use these parts and reuse them. So I saved the bridge, because it was one of the better pieces of that Star Destroyer. And I still have that, but the rest is gone.
That's crazy. That you still have.
Yeah.
Do
I still have it? No.
You sort of do.
I had it for
a quarter of it.
Yeah.
A quarter.
I have a TIE fighter that I built way back then. I never finished it. It was made out of a ping pong ball and some cheap plastic, and that I still have.
That's blowing my mind right now. A ping pong ball.
Yeah, that was the cockpit.
Yeah.
Actually, I built a Star Destroyer. That's right. A Death Star, the unfinished Death Star, out of a ping pong ball too. It's like that. That I have it somewhere. I'm sure I posted that.
Oh, we may have to look for that, but that's crazy. So that's Star Wars. Okay, so let's get into Star Trek. What was your first? What got you into Star Trek? Whether it be model, whether you use a TV show, what first got you into Star Trek then?
Well, the original series, I think, in syndication, '70s is what caught my eye, because there was very little serious science fiction on television for kids. There was silly stuff like all the Irwin Allen, Lost in Space, and Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. It's like that was fun and escapism. But when Star Trek finally came out, I was like, whoa, this is not that talking carrot. This is serious Star Trek. This is serious sci-fi, and it really caught my attention, and that hooked me from there. And I followed it throughout my lifetime. I've always been a Star Trek fan, and of course, starships themselves being a character of the show was something that I could bring home to me. It was to build a model of that starship, and creating my own version of Star Trek by designing other ships that would kind of fit that universe. But in my head, they became real if I built them. So that's how I've gotten into really designing ships and building ships that look like they fit the Star Trek universe, but are ships you might see in the background, in the fringes. The unseen Star Trek that you hoped and wished that you would have seen, but didn't. All you saw was the Enterprise every episode, or copies of that ship as other ships. But I wanted to see other light cruisers and medium cruisers and scouts and destroyers and heavy, other ships, other crews. And I'm sure because of the budget restrictions at the time, they had to reuse the same model over and over again. But and now that we go back and change that, at least my head canon, I can design ships that were part of that fleet that were in distant background. You never saw them, but they've got their own stories and crews.
So after seeing then the TOS, or after seeing the Enterprise, how long did it take you to make your first model ship of Star Trek?
I think I built as a kid, the classic ANT Enterprise, and then when the movie came out in motion picture, I built the refit Enterprise, and those are the only two Enterprises I ever built. And then it wasn't until the 1980s that I designed my own little take on a ship design, which was the Lagrange, and I'm not sure if I have it in your albums, but that was like my first kind of Star Trek scratch build design, and it was kind of a riff on the Reliant, and it did have the roll bar, but it had extended wings and used the same components, and it looked like a Reliant, and it was before a Reliant kit even existed. It was like 1984 that I built this thing, so it was all scratch built, the whole back end using an existing refit saucer, and the nacelles. Built a brass armature for the wings, and built this. It was considered a transport tug in my head canon, and that was before I got into college and boxed up all my model stuff and didn't see it again for like another 25 years. And when I got back into the hobby, like in 2014, 2015, I had a lot of pent up design angst, and having seen all the Star Trek that's been happening, in the fandom world and on television, and so I had all this energy and got into designing a new ship. Once I was ready to get into model building and design and built the ShangriLa, and then the Wasp at the same time, kind of getting my feet back into the hobby. And we all know where the ShangriLa is now, but back in 2014, 15, this is a fun thing. I built design a ship that might appear somewhere in the movies, a background ship. Just my own take on something. So I didn't want to build just a cut and paste Enterprise. I wanted to design something that looked Starfleet, but yet was very different. And the ShangriLa itself really only uses a partial primary, and the rest is all custom. There's a new dorsal, there's a new secondary hull, brand new engines, new pylons. So there's like only maybe 10% of it is refit. Everything else is pseudo refit. And Andy Probert was the big influence for, if you want to design a starship of the motion picture era, we looked at what the Andy Probert was designing, and that was the idol. That was the design aesthetic that you followed if you wanted a ship to look like it fit that era.
Was that the ship you were talking about earlier? The one that looks like a Reliant on screen right now?
We're looking at the Repulse right there.
Oh, that was a Repulse. Oh, okay. Oh, the underslung missiles, but maybe I do have.
That's a TOS era. I call it. It's a heavy destroyer.
Hmm.
It's sort of like a Reliant-esque type thing, but not quite. If people say, "What's a Miranda?" I go, no, it's not really.
Looks like a beefed up Miranda.
Mm-hmm.
An angry Miranda.
It takes elements from a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at Akira, possibly. It's got the sponsons that wrap around to the front over the primary hull. Then they go all the way back to become the hangar decks. That just developed from just a couple of sketches, and I think over summer I had been building this in SketchUp, and it developed into something that became this. And it reuses engines that I had designed for the Sentinel, which was the first TOS airship that I had built after I did ShangriLa and the Wasp. And then the Sentinel was a light cruiser, another ship that I thought might fit next to the Enterprise from the original series. But as you see, the Enterprise is a heavy cruiser. I wanted Sentinel to be a light cruiser, so scaled down, smaller engine, smaller primary, just a smaller ship. Not just using the same parts rearranged differently, but taking all those kind of design elements and rescaling them, and then recombining them and making a ship that looks like a Starfleet ship, but yet have its own unique look. And we're not showing it right now, but those engines came from that design. And you'll see a lot of my ships with those kind of nacelles that have the pointed facades. It started from the Sentinel, which had that kind of very streamlined, aerodynamic, bullet-shaped nacelle, and it's become almost a trademark for all of my TOS ships to have that kind of streamlined nacelle.
Right. No, and Captains, he sent me a whole file on files, and there was a lot that he sent over to me, and I was, he asked, did you want more? I'm like, what? I mean, it'd be silly of me not to think that there would be more, but we will be going over some of them. But this first batch here was named under the concept. So you kind of were already touching on like sort of how you differentiate ships and stuff like that. But this concept art, kind of one of the questions we'll have later, but I wanted to ask about this because you not only were thinking of the exterior of the ship, obviously the model itself, but you were thinking of like the interior. So when it came to building your ships, was this where in that process did that come into? Obviously after making the model, or at the very end there, once everything's done, that's when you put the ship in, aesthetic wise?
I only built interiors when you had to see them, or have to design interior when you were seeing. Like in this case, you see windows, and this is from the Excalibur. And I had, when you design a ship and you got big picture length windows like these things, rather than just having them as a glowing rectangles on the side of the ship, I wanted to build an interior so you can see into the windows. And so if it's either a hangar deck or a VIP room or botanical section, or in this case it's a crew lounge, I'm going back, and after I've designed the ship exteriorly, I am building an interior module that is rendered out like this onto a 35mm slide film that is then placed behind the window and then backlit. So rather than having to build this and paint it at that tiny little scale, I can retain all the detail as a rendered image, because it's far more detailed. You can get your eyes up to the hole or the window. It's like, my God, you can see the chess table on the table way back there. So this is the way that I do it, where I build these digital interiors and then render them out as a viewport, 35mm slide. Now, if it's a hangar bay, that I got to build, because it's just basically a big room. I put a shuttle in it. But for these window scenes, I will, in this case, build a room that fits that space.
That is so, Admiral Buck, we just got what is called rated here on the Twitch bridge here, which means another live stream ended and their viewers are hopping over to our stream here. So let's welcome them, and that's actually from the McStud Mudman. Captains, welcome here to the bridge.
On the bridge.
Thank you so much, McStud, for that. Captains, again, hello. We are doing an interview here with Mr. Bill Krause, aka Admiral Buck. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully hopefully your stream went well, McStud. I know you had things going on too, so again, appreciate it. And we are just talking starships here as with the one and only Bill Krause. So again, thank you. Hopefully again your stream went really well. And to those who are new here to the bridge, once again we will say welcome.
Captain on the bridge.
So Captain, sit back, relax. Let's continue on. We're just getting started here. We've only been on for about half an hour. But again, thank you, McStud and Captains who's here. So Maybe let's do this. Now, this is another quick thing that we do here on the bridge, and we'll get back to our concept art, but now that we have the new captains here, there are a set of questions that I normally ask people here that are meant to be just kind of quick, surefire questions, the first thing that comes into your mind, and meant to be, of course, about Star Trek. So are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so what is your favorite series?
My favorite series, Star Trek series?
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably say the classic TOS as well as the new Strange New World. My two favorite right now.
Oof. Yes, Strange New World, so good. So good. Okay, so that's where your series at. How about now we're going to talk about the crew. What is your favorite captain? Who is your favorite captain, I should say?
Oh, it's got to be Pike, and every form he's been portrayed in. I think I've since the beginning with the original pilot with Christopher Hunter, and then of course Bruce, who played him in the JJ series, and of course the new one. Love all three versions of him.
Oh, the Pike, yeah, that's Pike in Strange New Worlds is he if I had a captain crush, he'd be it. So we're gonna go down the line. So how about first officer?
First officer.
Commanding officer, right hand man.
Hadn't really thought about that. I like Una. Una's pretty good.
Yes. So good. So good. And it looks like we also got rated
Spock
here on Spock on YouTube. So captains, welcome as well here on the YouTube bridge. Hello.
Captain on the bridge.
From Mixed Hut again. Yes. Let's go. Welcome, captains. So we're just continuing our little interview here with Bill Krause, Admiral Buck, of course. So we're just asking him his favorite X stuff. So that was your favorite commanding officer. So how about tactical?
Tactical. So have we seen many tactical officers? I mean, I'm trying to think
TOS would be
where
Chekhov,
that would be on.
I would think.
Yeah, but I guess I always think of him as the navigator, because he got the helm and nav, and I would think of that station as tactical, but I guess it makes sense. Although they seem they can fire phasers from pretty much any station on the bridge, but yeah, I guess Chekhov would be the tactical officer. And you see him more playing that role in the motion picture.
How about then going to science? I know you did mention Spock, but is there another science officer that is one of your faves?
By putting me on the spot with characters, I thought we were talking about ships.
We are later.
Yeah,
it's a little bit of a broken
later,
introduction.
Okay. Science officer.
You did say Spock. So science officer. I mean, you have
Spock again.
Let's say Spock again. Sure, let's say Spock again.
Two in a row.
So how about then Doctor?
Doctor. I like the Doctor in Voyager, actually.
Voyager?
The EMH.
Robert Picardo? Great Doctor. I think he's a great Doctor.
Sure.
Okay, so now we're going to... Oh, go ahead.
And Phlox on Enterprise.
You know what? Yes, he had his moments. I like the way his mannerisms, I actually did love, and the way he would tilt his heads and everything like that is his mannerism. Yeah. Okay, so
I forgot Enterprise, but would Paul be a good choice as a science officer? That was her position on the ship, right?
I think so.
On the NX-01.
I think so. And captains, you can correct us if I'm wrong, but I think she was. We're going to run with that. How about engineering? To keep the pretty ships flying.
I like Trip. He's a great engineer.
Oh.
Of course, Scotty, you can't mess with that. And then LeVar, LaForge.
Mm-hmm.
I like all the engineers. I'm an engineer at heart, so I like them all.
Like, okay, well, there's no wrong answer here, really, so that's going to work. Okay, so we got some of the crew there. How about, we're going to move on, before we get to the ship question, we're going to go, what was your favorite show and or moment in an episode? A kind of a favorite episode, show, moment that really sticks with you. And just for example, for me, it's Star Trek The Next Generation episode Survivors. That's just an episode and a moment that it's etched in my head.
I think I did always like the Yesterday's Enterprise episode of TNG. I think that one sticks in my head as a great episode, just an all-around perfect episode.
Wow. Yeah, no.
And you get 2 Enterprises in it for the price of 1.
Right? More beautiful ships. You're just
or actually 3 Enterprises, right? If you consider.
Oh, right, yeah.
There was like the Enterprise D was, almost like Mirror Universe-esque at one point.
Okay, so now
there's so many circuitry.
It is, and it just that question was what. These questions were like just sort of, what was your first like kind of knee-jerk reaction to hearing them type thing, So, how about this? Your favorite ship, and that could be anything.
Favorite ship I know. I always go back to the refit because that it was when I saw that on the screen when the motion picture came out, that really made Star Trek for me real. The level of detail that model was built to, because you were used to watching, the old series with this kind of flat gray-looking ship. It was, it was a model and a toy. But when you saw the refit on screen, this 5-minute tour around the Enterprise, that just, you fell in love with it, and because it was, and you saw every little detail in it. Amazing. So it's been, when your first love, it's hard to forget.
Oof, well, that's how I feel about actually TNG The Galaxy. But my second love was the refit Connie, because that was the first ship I saw too. So that is awesome. I mean, I guess, that was your era too, right? It speaks to my era where I came into Star Trek too as well.
I'm an old guy, so I'm giving you all these old guy answers.
No.
I like Star Trek way back when, because that was, that's a walk to the theater.
Well, Strange New Worlds is not way back when. Well, new is old is new. I don't know. No, so that was, again, so take this time. Again, Captains, thank you so much for joining us here on the bridge on both either the YouTube and or Twitch bridge. Again, if you're just joining us, we are here with Bill Krause, aka Admiral Buck, who now has the hero ship for Star Trek Picard Season 3, which you see behind me there. The Titan A, which was before the ShangriLa. We're going to talk about that a little bit, but I wanted to ask next, though.
Okay, come on.
The process of making your new ships, or a ship that you have in mind, what makes you start, and how do you sort of come up with a concept?
It usually starts with a name. I'll see. I have a list of potential starship names. This is
hello,
Alman, by the way.
Alman. How you doing, Alman?
What are you doing? Are you going to be on the show?
We have a second guest here on the show, Captain. This is Alman.
Who's going to put her face in the camera in a minute here if she doesn't walk on the keyboard. You can't. That's me. Yes, that's me. Okay. Sorry.
No.
It's okay. So it starts with the name. Like I say, I have a list of potential starship names, and I'm always inspired by a name first, because I thought, this is a ship name. When I'll see something anywhere, I'll find a name or a word that speaks to me, and I'll add it to the list. So it starts with the name, and I'll start thinking, well, also find a hole that I need to fill within my Tychoverse, okay, I've built a battleship, or I've built a light cruiser, I've built a destroyer, or whatever. What else do I need to fit a ship that we haven't seen yet? So then the next, checklist comes down. That's the name is what kind of ship do I need to build to put that name on, and then I develop a size or a class of ship that would fit within a list of subships to fill out the fleet. And I'll start working on ideas, and I can be inspired by anything. And my inspiration is like Chinese stuff, where it comes from aircraft or automotive design, specifically of the 1950s or 60s. It's kind of that mid-century, space race type of stuff. And that's what inspired the original TOS futurism. And I use that as my basis when I'm building ships for at least that era. Because those ships all spawned off engineers and designers and people who influenced science fiction at that time. So it depends on the era that I'm designing for. You have to look at the era in which they were inspired by as well. But it could be any kind of shape or thing that I'll see either on a car. If I look at in traffic and behind a row of cars, you see nothing but tail lights. And to me, those are all impulse engines. All of them. And I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. And if I could look at almost any impulse engine on that starship, and boy, they look like taillights from a car. And if you're in a lot of traffic, and I was driving downtown to Cleveland every day, you saw a lot of back ends of cars. So it's like, oh, remember that. And so my portfolio of reference material is based on an area of a ship. So if I've got impulse ideas, I've got a whole folder of just taillights from cars from all different eras. But I'll get ideas from Instagram or Pinterest and start Googling things. And I follow a lot of concept artists online to get ideas for things, shapes you've not seen before, and shapes that I want to introduce into Star Trek aesthetic language, and rather than just relying on what has already been seen. Using some of that, but also slowly bringing in other ideas to make it a little different, but still retaining a bit of a Starfleet look, which you can emulate in other ways too. But ideas can come from anywhere. You never know when you're going to stumble across something and kind of file it away and use it later. In fact, I'll design something that I'm thinking is going to be the next ship, and eventually realize I don't like any of it. And you file it, and eventually you go back to that for other ideas for other ships. So I end up with a library of what I call the BILL KRAUSE catalog of Starfleet failures, and maybe there might be other combinations of those other ships that will recombine to make something that's you can start working with. But inspiration can be found anywhere.
Are you actively, I guess, do you have your notepad open at all times when you're driving, in case a tail light just goes, oh, yeah, there you go, or something with you at all times?
Usually when I'm on vacation, I have a lot of free time to be thinking and just kind of doodling ideas. If I'm not near a computer, it's easier just to kind of sketch out ideas on paper. And you can file those away and look at later, or I'll take a picture of it and bring it back home. But yeah, it's, you're always thinking of when you're designing a ship, it's almost like a Sudoku puzzle. You're trying to figure out, well, how do I go from here to here? But I like the saucer, and I like how do I get from here to there? And you're designing, a way of, making it look good, and it all flows together in a way that's not just, separate components. So you have to try to think of ways that make sense, a flow of line and contour, and make sure you have all the ingredients you need to make a starship. You have to have your engines and your reaction control system, your deflector dish, and your basic list of starship requirements have to be met, and where those all have to go to work together.
And that just...
Sorry.
No, don't say sorry. Please, please, if you need to do. And again, captains, this is
A little dry.
No, and yeah, Bill is actually getting over, or probably still like has COVID, and I had asked him, like, "Are you sure?" And you know, he's still on here with us, which again I think speaks to just your love for talking about starships, talking about this stuff, you know, and I got that sense yesterday, and I hope it's coming across now because, you know, it's like I've always said here that, you know, we're one of our missions is to find like-minded captains, whether you know, just whatever we can share our love for Star Trek. This is like one of the reasons why I do this is being able to do this. So thank you again. I just can't say thank you enough for just being here, even though you're kind of just getting over that. So whenever you need to take a plug.
Recommend Vapor Cool for your sore throat, cooling and numbing.
That was the key word.
That was the key word. I will slow on picking up on it.
That
Also, Ricola.
That's new.
Escort by name.
Free advertising here.
Yes, I'm expecting royalties.
Yeah. So
yeah, why I hadn't thought about this earlier? I suffered for a week. I still suffer.
Well, and so what I put back
Horrible
on the screen, you said that was kind of like the what's that thing you said we were given as kids that made your tongue numb? Started with a C.
The chloroseptic.
Oh my gosh! Whenever I had those were
some horrible cherry flavor.
Yeah. No, it's like
This is made by Vicks, and it's like if you get on your tongue, they're talking like this.
It's accidentally bite your tongue when the numbness leaves, you have like your tongue is bleeding. So we're gonna go back to your concepts here. So it's still kind of talking that process, but you had mentioned this. You recognize this one. You know, that, but is this the same? This next coming up that you see here, it has some color in it. But when it pops on your screen, that's it. Okay. See that was a longer view there, and look at that. To be honest with you, I just realized that there was a planet outside the window.
Yeah, actually, it's these windows are on the sides of the ship, and so you're actually looking through the ship, port to starboard, and so you see the same windows on the other end of the crew mess here, and this is rendered in After Effects. It's built in SketchUp because that's the only 3D program that I can really know how to use, and I export that model as an OBJ into After Effects, where I can then colorize things, add lighting, make it look a little bit more photorealistic. I'm not the world's best 3D render guy. You know, I use it as a tool thing, and for 35 slides, this works okay. And but the other guys do much better work than I do on this. But this was actually very much inspired by Strange New Worlds and the set design for like Pike's cabin and the crew lounge from the new Enterprise.
I was going to say
Excalibur.
Sorry, go ahead.
Excalibur is a 2260s era ship, and I wanted to kind of tie in some of that aesthetic too, and very much a lot of mid-century influence here on the chairs and couches and tables and so forth. Very clean looking. This is my future look. I love mid-century modern, and when I see it, I instantly think of Star Trek and the future, because that was the future I was promised. And I'm going to use it, by God.
It did have the Strange New World vibes, definitely, when I saw it, especially kind of near the opening. There were on the left, you know, it's not there, it's a little cut off there, but the red door there, of course, and then you saw those structures coming from the floor to the ceiling there. I think they actually did have that type of structure there too. So it does look clean, looks very spacious, and
there's a fireplace there too. Actually, behind where your cursor is, there's another view of it. There's a fireplace. It just sneaks into the corner there, to the left of the bulkhead. but that's also inspired by the fireplace from Pike's cabin.
Right.
And then
There's a bar?
the bar
Oh, that is a bar.
to the right there. It's like a geodesic dome. It's like a raised platform behind. It's a circular bar with a circular raised platform with a geodesic dome built over it. It's a little private lounge up there with steps that come up from behind. I had all this detail. You'd never see this, the slide, but I put it in there because I thought, oh, this is really cool. You never see it, but because I want to sit in there with a couple of glasses of bourbon, and just chill out. And, but yeah.
That's a
silly
tall
stuff I
room.
do.
But I mean, once you're already in there, right? You can put whatever you want in there. That's the beauty of it.
About a deck and a half tall. This is the crew lounge, and this is at the very top of the secondary hall. I think it's just behind the photon deck. It extends out just before the pylons. I don't know if I've got somewhere in my other sketches. You might see another render of the Excalibur herself, but you'll see these windows on the hall there.
Well, that's this one. So the next one here, and again, this is just going off of what you sent me over here. This is still, there's that fireplace you're talking about right there. And then on the table there is an actual model. I'm guessing that's the Excalibur.
That's Excalibur, and it has her own gold-plated model right here in the crew lounge.
That fireplace, you're right. That's pretty close to Pike, I think. Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to go look back. That's okay. We like Strange New Worlds. So.
It's similar. Yeah. It's a hanging fireplace, very mid-century, of course. I don't think you see it from the slide angle that I gave it, but I knew I wanted to put it in there.
Then that ship there again looks. So this is the Excalibur.
Right.
That one right there, and that looks.
Which is a sister ship to the Hood.
Okay. That was
Excalibur was also involved with the M5 encounter from same episode, Ultimate Computer, and Excalibur was the one that actually got damaged and the crew lost. The rest of the ships all got minor damage, but Excalibur was one of the ones that got major damage, and this was built for a commission. And he wanted another ship that was like Hood from that era, and so this is my view of the Excalibur and her refit following that encounter. And it's a little more expensive than what the Hood got, but another take on the Constitution. Just another version of it with different engines, a completely different secondary hull, and it's got more motion picture elements into it than the Hood did. It's got a motion picture bridge, and I think that's and the planetary dome is from refit as well. So you're seeing again another hybrid between TOS and motion picture, because in my mind, starships were being built all the time. It wasn't like, we built all these ships back in 2240. Here's a fleet of a Constitution class. It's not working. What about any other thing until we get to the refit era? No, they're building ships all the time, new ships. So there's always incremental updates, improvements, designs coming out every year. And so as technology develops, they implement it into a new ship. And when Enterprises refit, which in my mind in the motion picture, that is the culmination of technology at that moment when Enterprises refit. Now, ships built year before that, we're going to look a little different. They're not going to look, at this magic rainbow they all pass through in 2271, where everything now becomes a refit looking ship. So there's stuff that's happening. There's development of technology that happens, and you give it milestones of starship design. To look at the Enterprise A, B, C, D, and E. They all have their own individual look. You have to imagine what starships look like between all of those. So you're kind of filling in those blanks in those eras, and those are the eras I love to play in. I can borrow aesthetics from certain points in the timeline and build between them, and then it allows me to add a little bit of my own thing into it too, as an interpretive thing. Water.
Right. Oh yeah, please. No, what I like about these designs is you're bringing, like you said, the TMP look in it, and I like it when a ship is kind of a more squat design. Of course, again, the TOS, that was the original, so, you know, it just looked so spindly. I hate to use that word like spindly, but this just looked a little bit more reinforced with the pylons and the neck there. It just looked very more compact and a little bit more sleeker, actually. This definitely, you know, has that sort of next year type feel, right? It's the same model, but, you know, next year's model. So got a question here, Bill. Mal Kathon, thank you so much for the resub here, but he wanted to know what this ship was, and let's show the stream just in case you're joining us, captains. We did start that, but if you're just joining us, which ship was that? The one in the background or the foreground there, Mal? The background, of course, is the Endurance, and the one in the foreground is the Hood. Both Bill's design, and just look at those two beauts. Can we just captains on YouTube, you're looking at that background, let's give that shot right there a like, hit that like button, and but yeah, those are just beautiful ships. And I think one of our viewers are Big Papa, shout out to you, Big Papa, says, and even Augie, this is his future sort of flagship, the Endurance. I would love nothing more than to have these ships actually in Star Trek Online. Closest one we have, of course. Oh, look, there's a tail.
Yeah.
There's a tail.
Hi, tail.
There's a tail.
Come on. No.
You did warn us that would have happened, but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It was a free periscope.
That's a free periscope. So we'll go back here to the concept art. We'll go to the next one here. It's just another closer detail shot, and there's that again. You kind of get that fireplace there, more prominent, hanging in the background there with the chessboard. I love, again, the details of this is just absolutely amazing. I just realized that was a bar when we were talking about it when I showed this. A lot of people can
also influenced quite a bit by the 2001 The Space Odyssey. So you'll see, like, the colors of these chairs and couches are all inspired directly from the seats aboard the Ares.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's again, it just looks so clean, looks so, like, I'd love to take a nap right there.
Oh,
just somewhere there. You know, once the party's over, just Captain, can I just lay down here? It just looks so comfy and comfy there. Now this shot. Also, go ahead.
Someone asked why I didn't put a 3D chess set on the table. And I thought, well, maybe some people don't want to play 3D chess. Maybe they want to play, you know, traditional chess.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay. You can't be on the show. I'm sorry. I know. Let me put her down. She's
so cute. So cute. So this
it's
is
dinner time. Ooh.
One of my favorite shots that we had that I saw in the concept file that you sent here. Can you kind of talk us through the details you put there? I know it's there, but I want to hear it coming from you.
Yeah, this is the back view of the schematic of the Endurance, and it was, I think I did it for a fan who was asking what everything was, because, you know, I hadn't really produced any blueprints of the thing and identified what things were on the ship. So I made this really quickly, just as a little primer for people, and because there's all sorts of vents and boxes, and like, well, I couldn't quite find out where the impulse engines were on the Endurance, so they're identified up there. They're at the top of each of the arches, as well as smaller thrusters on the pylon routes. The CRM 114 discriminator, of course, is a top secret device that I put on all my ships, and that's a little nod to Dr. Strangelove. It's a little Kubrick Easter egg that I put in. It's sort of like, you know, the oscillation overthruster or yo-yo dyne propulsion systems thing that Okuda likes to use. So the CRM 114 is, you know, I call it a countermeasures secret device that, you know, who knows what that is. It's got a primary and main hangar bay. There's two bays on the Endurance. Impulse generator, there's two of them. Of course, it's got two necks, two dorsals. So there's two impulse generators to supply the twin impulse. Forward photon exhaust. Oh, that's right, because it's a split screen. We're saying part of the front end. No,
not this one. They're both. Yeah.
That's the back view. Okay. So there's a vent at the very top of the secondary hull, which vents the photons, which are forward of that, and at the very bottom of the secondary hull, the cargo bay. So there's a lot happening on the back end. Yeah.
Dad aft. Some of us captains here are aft captains. I am one of them. This is an aft that we can get with. What I liked about this now. The split sort of neck design wasn't necessarily new to Trek, because I think the first time I saw it was, if you can even count it as one of the Oberth. Was this something you sort of just came up with on your own, or did you take inspiration on the split neck design?
I think I came up with it on my own. People were always saying, "Well, this looks like the Odyssey," and I had no idea anything about the Odyssey at the time, because I wasn't a Stowe guy.
Right.
And I think I posted before images of what it was inspired by, and it was Pierre Droulet's Discovery, a concept work that he had done, and it was like this very beefy looking starship, and I thought, well, I could do that. I thought, well, instead of just this one kind of armored looking spine, which I've done on a few ships. I love that kind of very integrated. As you talked about my kind of stout and sturdy ships. I like to bring ships really close together. I don't like the spindly things either, where they've got very thin pylons and thin doors. I like to bring things closer together with very heavy duty pylons and a dorsal, so it's it's a meaty looking ship. It's going to take some rolls. So I like that idea of this thick dorsal. That will be even more stable with two of them. And so if you ever held a plate with your thumb and forefinger, how wobbly that could be if you put something out like a hamburger. Imagine if you held it with two hands. Boy, that's a lot more stable than two thumbs on it rather than just one.
Right.
When I was holding the model, you hold that, because Endurance is a large model, it's a 48-inch model. Saucer 24 inches wide. They just had one dorsal. Imagine holding a 2-foot diameter disc with just your thumb and forefinger. Like, no. You hold that with two hands, you got something there, and that's not going anywhere. I thought, well, I could split the dorsal. Now I can put something between it. I thought at the time where I'll put the impulse engine there, and that developed later into a primary hull. And then I thought, well, maybe I can take those dorsals and develop them into pylons. At that point, there wasn't even a secondary hull part of it. It was just these two dorsals that became the pylon. And I thought, well, it's starting to look like an NX-01 thing, and you realize when you start designing things, this is going to be cool, and you look away, I go, oh, this has been done before. This looks like that ship. Oh, looks like the other ship. So it's like, you're always trying to, you back yourself into a corner, it's like, this is going to be so cool. You get there like, oh, this has been done, and it looks like this ship, it looks like that ship. And it's so hard to do something unique in Star Trek that hasn't been done before. And people are like, oh, you're copying that, or whatever. So eventually you just got to kind of shut yourself off and like, I'm just going to design something that I think looks cool and go with it. And hopefully it's unique enough that it becomes its own thing, and people won't make comparisons all the time. So that looks like an Akira, or that looks like a Voyager. Everything has to look like something. It's like, well, can it just look like it is?
Well, I think I like that train of thought there, like, because, and this is what I was hoping for, getting into the nitty gritty details, right? Like for me, you're right. I'm guilty of that. I'll see a ship, oh, that's X, right? Or it looks like Y. But then, you'll look at a ship and then sort of see it come on its own, why it is its own, right? And for that Endurance, at first you kind of look at like, man, what stood out to me, and I liked about the designs, was the pylons were not, the traditional tilted up. They were coming out, straight out from the secondary hull there. It made it just more, again, like that what I was talking about earlier, the squat designs make it looks like it's just ready to just, pew pew with a reason. And the endurance is, yes, I thought of the split next because I'm a Star Trek Online player. I'm like, oh, that's Odyssey. So it sounds like this obviously came before, but regardless,
Yeah.
I like what you said, that just enjoy it for what it is, and for yourself, it's something, as long as it's something you're proud of, I think at the end of the day, that's what you kind of have to lean on.
And I'm all about exploring new ground and designing things that are unconventional. Because this endurance could have easily been just another Enterprise if I had made those upswept wings.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a version of that which I call the Calypso. People have asked, can we see it with upswept wings? Because people are fixated. I want to see the Enterprise. I want to see that configuration all the time. And so I purposely made these, below the level of the saucer. You've got two choices. You can put the impulse or the warp engines above the saucer or below the saucer.
Mm-hmm.
And because you need a clear line of sight looking forward for the Bussards. And then there's some school of thought and rigid rules about engines should see each other from across, yeah. The hull for some reason. Like, are you still there? I can't see you. We can't operate together without. I have to see you. No, I don't follow that rule. I mean, Andrew Probert makes that rule, and there's a case for it because Gene Roddenberry said that that's the way it should be, and of course that's the way he thinks it should be for all starships. So when I did this, he was upset about it, and I heard about it from him directly.
Oh, really?
And I'm sorry, yeah, because I broke the rules, and he gave me the rules. These are the rules you should follow. This is a concept ship.
Yeah.
These are self-contained engines. They're what I call a dual-core warp engine. They operate independently of each other. In case one goes out, you've got one that will just allow you to get out of warp space or get home if an engine goes out. Because God forbid, if you're out there and one of the engines goes out, now you have this tandem pair you need to operate. You're screwed. You gotta wait for a tow truck to arrive, AAA to come get you. Yeah, this is it. So that's my theory. In case an engine gets hit, damaged, you can still make it home on one engine at warp. Otherwise, you got to impulse it, for eons to get home.
And I love that because you're adding your, I don't say what works for you, but you're just trying to make it your own. And like what you said, not copying anything that you've seen before, and just hearing you talk about this is why I did this is why XYZ, I made it this way.
Well, I admit that I'm probably doing it wrong. I shouldn't say that. Do it my way or you're wrong. This is how I like to make ships, and the restriction of having engines not see each other, parallel to each other, really limits to what you can do, and with the ship. I mean, and I've done many designs of things where you see the engines. You have to be clear everything side to side, and seeing it with long upswept nacelles getting away from the ship because they're dangerous. But just like compact designs, and you can look at the Defiant. These engines are built into the hull, okay, and people are walking between them. And they're so dangerous. Why are they inside the ship? So I have to imagine that warp technology is not that dangerous. Where God forbid, you got to keep them way out away from the ship because radiation will kill you. Who wants to be a starfleet officer when you got radiation all the time? Obviously, if you go down to the engineering and you're gonna fix the warp drives because we're offline, you guys stick your head into a trash can full of steam. That'll kill you. We've seen it happen to Spock, but don't do that, kids. Keep your heads out of the trash can.
No, and again, that's just kind of you know, again, another layer that we really wanted to explore here about just what goes into the starship designs, because regardless of who or, you know, what they're designing, there is a method to why they do what they do, what you do, and I think it's working out pretty well. I don't know, captains, what do you think? I think Bill's knows what he's doing.
No, I wouldn't say what I'm doing, but I'm just having fun with it, and I think people should have fun with it too. That's the takeaway is, you know, don't feel like you're too restrictive on, you know, the technology and the rules that are, you know, still all fictional. You know, warp technology doesn't exist, and it's really just all in theory. And obviously there are technical manuals out there written for, you know, the writers of the show, so that they can maintain, you know, that level of fiction throughout Star Trek. Because it's a fictional engineering that, you know, people have to maintain for continuity purposes.
Right. No, you just kind of said it right there. It's not real yet. For now,
it's not real.
Let's just have fun. You know, let's just
all make believe.
Thank you. Let's just hold down the tone a little bit and enjoy. If it looks pretty, just hug it and call it mommy, you know, or whatever. So going to the next concept art here, this is now a completely different level of process of the design, because not only, if I'm correct if I'm wrong, this is one of your design, the shuttles. Right.
That you're seeing there is the aft ramp to the Javelin shuttle. And it's just a very crude model here that I did in SketchUp as kind of a proof of concept. I was looking for a way to articulate the ramp out of the back of the ship, and I wanted to make sure that it was going to work. And so I mocked this up and put hinges in it, so that actually, if I can put my hands up here, will kind of accordion into the hull, and then as it comes down, it's flat, so people can walk a ramp into the ship. And I did this in SketchUp to make sure that it was going to work, and I had I think a scale figures that at least made sure that it looked like you can actually walk up that ramp without hitting your head. There it is right there. Yeah. I put a figure in there to make sure it was, you know, actually feasible, and it did work out pretty well.
Is she 6 foot tall?
I think it's 6 foot. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're more than 6 foot, though, just duck a little bit.
Yeah, I mean.
No, I mean, again, just. But I like how, again, the detail that you put in this is just insane.
If you looked at the original Galileo, the full size prop they built, you know, they had to duck to get into the main door. You jump up on this, you know, platform and then duck yourself into the door. You couldn't stand up inside that thing. It was, you know, only built 3/4 scale.
It was you had to like really bow your head there, but like again, talking to what I was saying earlier, this is just a different level now. Not only have you made the ship, now you're, you know, getting to the shuttles, and this I told Bill this, captains, already, but just in case you don't know, little shuttles, what do I call them? Chittles. And this has to be one of my favorite designs. It just looks, I think what in the concept art is here. Oh no, this is the Resolute? Yeah, this is just from the concept art file that you gave me. This is the one I showed earlier. I thought you were talking about.
Repulse, yeah.
No, the Repulse, sorry. Which is, again, this is the concept art file. We have some more things to go to, but this design, I really thought it was the sort of Miranda to the Constitution, which this was the, you know, the ship, sort of the sister ship, I say, for the Endurance. Is that what you were going for here? Is that what you're going for here with this ship?
Oh, the Repulse. It was a heavy destroyer, and part of the you know, the fleet building for Tycho, you know, kind of filling in those little gaps of ships that we needed. Yeah, I built the light cruiser Sentinel, and then this became the heavy destroyer. So the smaller ships of the fleet, they were part of my task force. So if you look at the Endurance as, this big expedition cruiser, which is really a science vessel, and then you have behind that, say, the hood, which is the battle cruiser. And then you got from then smaller ships, the light cruiser Sentinel, and then the heavy destroyer Repulse. These are the auxiliary ships that would fill out the fleet. And Repulse is it's a very workhorse-esque, what I call like a marine craft. I mean, this would be like more of a combat type thing, where it's a smaller, fast, sturdy ship that would go in and out, or would be part of a task force, just as a escort vessel.
Right. And for this era of starships, like this and the Endurance, do they have the phaser ball turrets or
Yes.
Yeah, they do. Okay.
They all do. Yeah.
They all do. Yeah. And of course, torpedo launchers fore and aft. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. You would have better pictures of these in the
other one.
In the other photos, the Tycho ships folder.
Oh, right. Yeah, we're gonna get to that one, Caps. This was again the Javelin. Some concept.
Right. That's the Javelin. That's the I built the interior for the Javelin fully inside and out, so I had to make sure that it was all going to fit inside the model. So I would build SketchUp models like this, really kind of crude layouts to make sure the seats would fit. They have to fit. And I knew how many to make. Designed and built the cockpit, and in this case, I think I hadn't yet built the crew seats, which were smaller. So I realized at this point that we're using the pilot and co-pilot seats. They were huge. They're like lazy boys. There's no way you can fit more than 6 behind the cockpit. So I made much smaller seats for the crew.
I mean, it looks very. When you look at that, when I look at that, it just reminds me of a bus I was taking when I was younger. The type of sort of space that you have, but it's still spacious, obviously. And then you have the cargo stuff over the head that's for your luggage.
Right. And I see this as being very utilitarian and being able to swap out mission modules. You can, like an aircraft, you can rearrange seats, but like this, since it has an aft ramp, you can move all those seats out and you can roll in, a buggy or, a lane vehicle, or put cargo in there. I mean, depending on what you were going to use that craft for an away mission, you can outfit it however you want. And the Javelin also has a galley right behind the cockpit with a bathroom and a change locker for the suits and all that. So that's permanent part of the flight deck. But behind that is, you can do whatever you want to it.
Right.
You should see more. There should be more photos of that. I think of the interior.
I think so. Well, look at see who. This is just. You see that as. That was the next one up. Actually, was the Calypso.
There's Calypso with the upswept pylons, and I like it, man. It's a great look at it. But again, it's like another Enterprise. It needs some more work, because I think just uplifting the pylons, doesn't fix all the problems. There's at the base, it doesn't flow with the rest of the hull. So it needs. If I had to continue this concept, I'd have to rework the pylons entirely.
I mean, I like both, but I think my favorite is the Endurance with the, like I said, with the side, because it just makes the profile, I think, better to me at least. But here, the one thing, and I'll kind of quickly go back to the stream here, turn this off. Like, the one thing I love about the Endurance is its deflector. Like, it has such a modern looking deflector, and when you sort of think about the era that it's coming from, it's like a sign of technology advancing. Yet you still have hints of the past. Things are like the Bassards there and such. It's just a very there's a flow to the designs that you're really thinking of advancing your designs, and I love that. You know, you're always sort of thinking of that with your designs.
Yeah, you see that on the hood as well. Her deflector dish, which is also, it's got some light in it. There's a spire that's lit, and then part of the dish is actually lit too. So you're looking at, you know, between the eras of the TOS and the motion picture, where you change that deflector dish, disappears from being this big gold-plated saucer to now a glowing thing that deflects objects rather than just, you know, whatever it does before.
Blowing my mind here.
Endurance, you know, is that technology. It's not round, but it's the same technology. It's a deflector dish. It's not round. It doesn't have to be round. You look at Voyager and Enterprise D, and they're all different shapes and sizes that you want it to be. But, you know, Hood is showing another hybrid, you know, it's moving toward that way. It's not a complete removal of that dish. It's just it's an update and modification of that technology. Again, another small step in the development towards the motion picture and beyond.
One of the sort of things I look first when I see any ship on Star Trek, for especially Federation sides, is the deflector. Because to me, the first shot I saw of the Enterprise D, the Galaxy, was that stock shot of that camera view coming from bottom to top when it was just kind of flowing towards, you know, the camera. And when I saw that and then kind of compared it to the deflector, the second ship, to me, that the TNG type deflectors sort of define ships for me. So any ship that comes after, I'm always looking at how does the deflector look? How does the deflector look, right? I want to see, because it also is a sort of character feature of any ship, right? And I think with the Endurance, what it does, it's a very prominent feature. It's strong, but also like sleek. You know, again, the advancing times of the technology, and again, the thought that you put into when you're designing these, it just makes sense, you know. And I think it just really works and speaks to the love and passion that you have for this, which why you made it your career. The deflector shape itself in the Endurance is another automotive-inspired design element. In fact, that whole outline of the deflector is directly inspired by the Mazda front end. If you look at any modern Mazdas, that's the shape of their grille. And I remember seeing that one day. I was sitting in a restaurant looking out of a parked car. That would be a great deflector. Oh my gosh.
Shape. And actually, the deflector, you know, translated and became the shape of the secondary. That defined the cross section. Because you build from that and you go back from there, and it's just kind of a neat shape to kind of build from. Here we are as a profile view of the boat cell.
I'm gonna go out to the street after our interview and just start looking at grills and say, does that deflector work? But now I gotta go find a Mazda one in the neighborhood somewhere.
Yeah. Look at fronts and backs of cars, and you'll see starships all the time.
Now I'm going to see impulse engines.
Yeah, you should.
This did speak again to that lower profile I was talking about. What we saw with the Endurance here. Like even this, with the pylons being swept up, it still has a very squat look to it, and I like it. You know, and there's no reason why, too, in a universe that they would not be able to sort of exist both at the same time with different roles. If
right, there's no reason to have components of a ship separated by miles and miles of connecting pylons and dorsals. Why are they all? Really, in my mind, it should all be one shape. Why do they have to be all a separate primary, separate secondary, connected by things, and separate engines connected by things? Why not just, you know, make it all one thing? You know, and I see there's some kind of, benefit of keeping something separate so you can escape with, you know, the primary hull in case the rest of the ship gets damaged, or there's always have to be some sort of, you know, lifeboat. But, you know, you don't always have to have that. And I'm sure there are ways of cutting out parts of the other hull and the lifeboat. But so again, don't restrict yourself to those kinds of things, thinking, well, it should separate somewhere.
Right.
why. Yeah.
And just go with it.
Just
Go with the
design
flow.
something cool. Yeah. Right.
Go with
Figure
the
that
flow.
stuff out later. Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's another aft view that you'll see here coming up here of the Calypso. Again, the same thing, just raised up the cells there, and I would be very happy to have this ship. It's a gorgeous looking ship. Ooh, look at that one. Yeah, I'm not a big, and I say this, and I'm probably gonna get my hand slapped here, but I'm not really the biggest TOS. But again, I love that super cruiser concept. This, I'd love to be able to fly it. It looks so good, and again, the deflector, seeing it like that, 100 times better than the Enterprises, because it looks like they're starting to build out the sort of the casing over the deflector dish.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of an angled shroud that kind of covers half of the dish, and it really was just, I wanted some kind of to change the profile a little bit on this. And again, it's not one of these little stocky, little compact cruisers. And this was another spin-off of the Excalibur. This was made for a client who specifically asked for a version of the Excalibur for himself. And I swapped out a couple of things. It's got different engines. And I changed out the hull a little bit. It was another concept hull that I had from the design. They kind of mixed and matched and made this thing for him. And got a very short dorsal. And but I like to maintain, at least when you look at the profile, you know, that dish is just clearing the bottom of the primary dome. Again, I don't like to have too much space.
There it is. Let's see here. Yeah, decide. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that secondary hull speaks to me. There
you go.
Oh, look at that! It has those ridges there on the neck, and Excelsior-esque.
Yeah, I like using those a lot. I think I have them almost. Well, it's on the Endurance. You see them on the front ends of the four portions of the dorsals. They're on the Excalibur, and they're on this as well. But that's another great place, the front of the dorsal, to put those wraparound sensor vanes. I mean, it's a nice space to put that. You know, an unused area of the ship. You know, why not use the front of the dorsals to build, you know, like they did on Excelsior. So again, that's looking forward. Some tech that you'll see, I like to introduce earlier. That Excelsior was the first to have that. You know, maybe it existed in some form in an earlier ship, and I think I call them close field sensors, and I have them on Sentinel. I have them on Excalibur, this one, Endurance. I don't believe I have it on Repulse, but it depends where you think you need it. It looks good, but I love vanes and vents. There's this nice full detail that breaks up some surface area.
Personally, I do like it when the cells actually sit slightly above, not even slightly, like just above the saucer, but without having ridiculously long pylons.
Yeah.
Again, just that squat. It just, to me, that just sort of speaks to maneuverability, speed. You know, especially in combat. Because in my mind, whenever I see a ship, it's like I'm imagining it how it's moving. You know, this to me seems like it's a very, and you even use the word super cruiser. So like, you know, it just seems like it moves faster. And now with how big is this compared to the hood? Is it smaller or?
About the same. I think there should be a chart.
Right, that's right.
We have folder that lists all of it, shows all them side by side.
True. Actually, we're gonna get that. Yeah, it's at the end there.
This has the same engines as the hood.
Okay. Look at that. That aft. Captains, can you say it with me? That aft. Yes. Sorry.
And this was built in 1/1000. We printed these out, and I built one for the client.
So.
And I'm doing another one for another client.
So I guess one of the things I wanted to ask, but we'll probably ask it again, when it comes to build what you have built already, it sounds like you are doing it for commissions, but how many currently do you have models there at your residence?
I only have one left, and that's the Javelin, because my
What?
wife won't let me sell it.
Oh.
Everything else has been sold. It really happened about a year or two ago. The first one I sold was the ShangriLa a few years ago. And I had all these models in a case at work. And they were just taking up the entire case. And I really had no room at home for them. And since I've been retired, I closed the office. So last year I started posting them up for sale. And within minutes of me posting them, they were just going. And I had sold almost all my entire fleet within a couple of months. So they're all gone. But the little ones that I'm doing now actually all the ones I'm doing now are all new commissions for people who have asked for them.
Right.
But I don't have anything left at home that hasn't already been sold.
So why did the wife want to keep the Javelin? Or want you to keep the Javelin? Why did your wife want you to keep the Javelin?
She likes the Javelin. That's her favorite. So, and I agree. I like it too. So, it fits really nicely on myself. So it's all right.
It's kind of all right. I like this top view of the Challenger here. Yeah, well, I thought you had more actually, but
no.
Because
I have the Wasp too, but
yeah, it's two. You have two, right? The Wasp now.
I just have the one.
Oh, just the one. Okay.
The Wasp and the Javelin.
Okay.
But the Wasp was only built once. It's the original.
Maybe because you kind of mentioned it, so there is a question from Big Papa here. Like, how does one go about commissioning Bill you for a ship?
You message me through any of my portals and start a conversation, and I would give me your idea what you wanted to have built, and kind of budgetary restrictions, and I would then prepare an estimate based on what you're wanting to have built, and then we'll go from there. But I should say that I am booked solid for the next year and a half easily.
Jeez.
And so you really have to be patient if you want something, because right now I'm working on multiple projects right now, and I have a list. It's a good thing to be busy, but it's just me, so I can only build these one at a time, and they take a long time to build, and I can't accommodate every request. Everyone wants to refit Enterprise. I'm like, it's 9 months of work to build one model, and it's thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours of work. And but people are shocked when they find out how much these things cost. It's like, it's just me. I'm hand building these things. They're hand painted. These are not mass produced in China. So you can buy an Eagle Moss toy or something from Diamond Select. That's fine. But if you want me to build you a custom built lit model, these are big endeavors, and they're not for everybody.
I have to agree with what Big Papa said. Bill, it's absolutely worth the wait. Because if I had that ship, again, this super cruiser concept, like this again, just that top part just looks so modern. Like, you can easily slap on and I'm not talking about putting on Stargazer nacelles on this, but some sort of different. You see what I did there?
I know, I heard you.
But I like the pylons here. I actually like how they look from the top view here, and the way that neckline kind of from the saucer goes down to the secondary hull, kind of reminds me of the refit Sovereign, of how those lines connect from the saucer to the secondary hull.
Yeah, it's all part of that process of kind of combining these shapes together into one thing. And like very Sovereign-esque, where it's just smoothing, the whole shapes together to make it a little more streamlined, rather than just being individual components. They're just connected by other components. Trying to maintain some kind of flow up line, and this could be done easy, much better than what you see here. But this is in the Bill Krause world, this is another kind of a kit bash of things, and I think the pylons here are actually from the Endurance. They've just been rescaled and reshaped a little bit. But those are the Endurance pylons.
I like those. They look sleek.
Mm-hmm.
They look very sleek. I would not mind having that ship. Whoa. Oh, we talked about this. Tornado class interceptor concept.
Yes, this is one of my favorites. This is a TOS era version of the production version of the Wasp that I built, which is the TMP interceptor. ShangriLa and Wasp were built together as my first scratch builds back in 2014-15. And last year I thought I'd like to see what a TOS version of the Wasp might look like. And so I had designed these engines for something else, and thought, well, I can start with these, and kind of take that Stinger hull from the Wasp and tossify it, and give it a round circumference, and put a metal dish in the front. And so this has been a challenge. I've been working on designs for this for many years, back and forth, sketches and things. And this is finally one that's kind of where I want to go with it. It still needs some work, but I'm happy with it. And it's one of these designs that's very, very bipolar or polarizing. People either hate or love this kind of thing, and I don't know why people would hate it, but I get a lot of hate for this type of ship. Even the Wasp, for some reason. But I mean, it's unconventional. That's what it is, and I don't know why people are offended by it, but they are.
I wouldn't say like I'd be offended, but more I actually like this. It's unconventional. It's different, definitely, but the way it's looking here, yeah, I'd say, and it's not just because you're here, but I'm saying definitely this has a sort of purpose to it, and I think what I like from this design is, again, the compactness of it, but also I think the nacelles make this for me. It just makes it look fast, but also just a very maneuverable ship. Just how it looks. I like it. I think it is looks good at that angle. Even now this sold it even for me more. This side profile here.
The FACL angles of it, the secondary, the Stinger hull, counterbalances the engines. It's a very balanced look. If you see this thing in 3D and you're spinning it around, having those engines in the pylon or the pod up front, that just balances out the whole layout and configuration of the thing. If that wasn't there, it would just seem very top heavy. And just slapping on it's a standard secondary hull didn't seem right. People I get a lot of comments, with the pistol grip, or, it's, whatever. But it just has this is what I consider an interceptor class ship. It's meant to be a very fast, maneuverable, in and out kind of border patrol ship, which is what the Wasp was too. And the original concept for this predecessor was a ship called the 971, which is this little compact little test vehicle for Tycho. It was my version of their SO71. This is what their skunk works kind of people were working on, just testing out new technologies and new equipment, and would fly around this little, interceptor-sized ship with like a crew of like 20 people. This is much bigger. This is a production version, like 2269 version of it. So it retains that number. I think it's a 1971. So it added a 1 to the NCC, because the Wasp is 9701, and for whatever reason I'm just keeping those numbers just for fun.
Yeah.
I'm not happy yet with the back end of the Tornado. I've been struggling with its impulse engine in the middle there. It's still a work in progress. So many things are a work in progress, and they may stay that way up through me working on it. I'm almost never finished with a ship, even when I'm working on it.
Right.
There's always something I want to change. Why am I so bright?
Are you? Oh.
I don't know. I'm kind of exploding here.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. Maybe the lighting's starting to change. It's getting a little.
It's getting darker
there.
outside.
Yeah.
It's like brings down.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's got a little right there. There you go. That's much better. There was a question here on YouTube though, Wyatt. What does Admiral Buck think of the double secondary hull concept designs? And thank you very much, Becky. Welcome, and I appreciate the kind comments and welcome. Yeah, what do you think of the double?
Is there one out there that I should be referencing or looking at, or is it there's something that's, or are you asking if I should think of that as an idea for a ship?
When he said that, the one thing that came in my mind was the double hull twin battleship from Star Trek Starfleet Command game, EMP era looking ship. I have to send you a picture, but I'm not sure if there was a particular ship that you were asking there, Walk, but maybe we'll send you a picture of that in a bit here. So while
I'm all for the idea. I mean, I wouldn't mind trying some ideas on that.
Mm-hmm.
I like doubling up everything. I'll split the dorsal.
Better. So is this the same? Was this for the Javelin still?
Yeah, that's another concept for the cockpit. I had a couple of different concept ideas for the cockpit seats, and these are a bit chunky. These are more alien-inspired looking heavy-duty chairs, and I think I eventually went with the more TOS-looking thing, but.
Because I like again, the details of that you're putting on that. It's like once you build a model, no one's going to really see it, but you're going and taking the time to put in those details for that, and it's just for the sake of almost like completing an idea, you know, again, like a whole project from beginning to, you know, from ship to shuttle even.
Yeah, I wanted to build a shuttlecraft that. Inside and out, you know, it's small craft that I can really get into the details beyond building the exterior, redesigning an interior that you could see through the door or through the cockpit window. And these were pretty big windows on the Javelin, so I really had to make these kind of design ideas so they were to be built and seen.
Right.
It was fun to do.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, especially if that's, you know, again, your passion, right, is what you want to do. So he had mentioned they're thinking the classic TSO or TOS and even Abrams movie battleship design. But I asked him to
see if the Vengeance.
The Vengeance was just a single hull, but I asked him to get a link, and I'll send it to you in Discord once he sent it to me. Oh, there's another view of that. That was comfy. Nice gaming chair.
Yeah, these are the ones that I think I eventually went with.
No, those look, again, just a detail, just more detail there of that.
I think I added a headrest to those chairs eventually.
You did. There.
That's just the dashboard idea. Yeah, here's the seat that I eventually went with for the cockpit. That's got a headrest on it, okay. And I did this as a SketchUp model, and then I exported this drawing, and then I actually built a chair out of styrene at scale. Well, there's your chart with all the
one part
different heavy cruisers.
Look at that.
So you see its comparison. There's the Challenger, which would be third from the top. The hood is above it directly, and then the TOS Constitution on top. The Super Cruiser idea, which is like the middle bunch of ships there. Was an idea that came to me thinking, well, these are new heavy cruisers in for modification or update, or maybe they're just designed prior to the refit. These are like late 2260s starship design. And what makes them a super cruiser is that they've got a much bigger secondary hull. If you look at the hulls of those middle ships compared to the Enterprise on top, they're much beefier volume-wise, able to, hold more things, more stuff, makes them super. But the hull actually is not much bigger than the refit hull eventually. When you see, if I put the refit there, it's about the same size as what I'm showing as a super cruiser. But that has yet to happen.
Right. I'm immediately drawn to the Saratoga class. Like, that's where my eyes went.
Right. And the Challenger concept was designed or derived from that Saratoga, which I did first.
Oh.
And Saratoga was meant to be a command cruiser, which would be a super, like a really big cruiser, which would be like the flagship of a particular fleet. That would be the command ship that the Admiral would be aboard, and like his office. It wouldn't be a battleship; it would just be like more of an administrative type of thing. But yeah, it could maintain itself in battle if it had to.
And I love.
We weren't, I'm not talking Excelsior size. These are in between.
Right. But I love also the progression of the nacelles. I'm pretty sure there's still some missing details there, but even then, without the details, you can tell just there's a progression there, and I'd have to say, you bring it all together. Not just the one ship off here and there. No, you have a logo that says Tycho Fleet for a reason. Like this is this just, I'm smiling and it's hurting my face because all I'm thinking about too as well is I want that ship in Star Trek Online. I want that ship. It looks so good. Like any of these ships, I'm pretty sure any of the captains there from Star Trek Online would just love to just have them, because we don't have a lot of TOS ships in game, and there's also, kind of what you're trying to do is like fill in that gap, as it goes, TOS and then TMP, but nothing necessarily in between in terms of design. There'll be different variations of TMP and or like that, but I think that just makes a lot of sense here, personally. And, again, just progression of your designs are just absolutely amazing. Oh, there's a closer shot. Look how many photon torpedo launchers that thing has. Holy jeez, I don't want to mess with that. Yeah, see, I do definitely prefer the pylon sticking out there on the side. 100%.
Yeah, there was enough room on the front of her bow to put 4 torpedoes. And of course, they don't all have to fire weapons. They can be firing probes and other things. But that was just a good place to put them. And she has aft-firing torpedoes too, but those doors are hidden.
Right. And what I love about this, again, you and I talked about this yesterday, was they don't hit the bottom sensor dome.
Just barely clear it, don't they?
It barely, but still clears. Like if it was shooting us, directly in front, but not like some other ships that we were talking about.
Yes. They shoot not fast enough. They just swoop by before they know they're there.
Right. No, I just again, when I was looking at these folders, I was literally geeking out. A shot there of the endurance with a little bit more color and stuff like that. Again, just a beautiful, gorgeous ship. Calypso wire. Is that what you call this next shot that you'll see here of the Calypso? Just kind of like a wireframe type looking concept.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And does this help you when you're making the actual physical model, or is that just kind of how the program works? It's just kind of see through things here.
I just rendered it that way because I think it looks cool, but I will design these ships in SketchUp prior to building them, and in the case of the Endurance, I designed it because it's easier to design a ship when you can see it in 3D rather than just drawing it on paper.
Right.
When you can design it in 3D, you can get into details and spin it around in all directions and get a sense of all those proportions before you build it. And I would then print out full-size plans, orthographic plans, and then start building from that, as well as being able to print from the model various parts that I would need. So I didn't have to scratch build each and every part. I could have other guys working on printing the engines or other components of it, while I scratch build the bulk of the hull. And then that's how I was doing the Endurance. And some of the newer stuff I can actually just print directly from the SketchUp model. That's what I did the Excalibur.
Right. This shot I thought was really cool because you had the primary and secondary shuttle bay doors showing how many they could possibly fit in there.
Yeah, I think it'll fit like eight shuttles, I believe. Like 6 in the main bay and then 2 up top. That's just sitting on the deck. They can probably go back into the storage bays if they wanted to. But
would you also consider this being a role as like a flight deck carrier? Have like shuttles or shittles that can do little pew-pews? Oh,
I don't know. I mean, it's a science vessel. I always looked at it as a kind of open base camp for the exploration team of the planet, and so they would use their shuttlecraft fleet, basically just transporting equipment and personnel and scientists to the surface. So there's always shore parties going to the planet rather than relying on transporting back and forth. So this is why this ship has so many shuttlecraft, because it's more of a science and research vessel.
Right. No, I immediately go into like tactical mode. I'm not gonna lie to you. I immediately go to that.
It's got 4 torpedo launchers though.
That's what I mean. It's like pew pews that like reinforce. It reinforced my pew pews. Ooh. See, when I first saw this though, the Javelin, oof. I can see why your wife wanted to keep it. It's a cool looking shuttle. This is just a rendered interior of the Endurance hangar bay, composite with a photograph of the actual model of the Javelin twice. And then you can see some of my crew members here in my redesigned Starfleet uniforms with a wraparound on the captain there. Looks like what Pike was wearing on Strange New Worlds.
Yeah.
But that's a massive hangar bay. Like then you have that red off area there. That's where control I guess would be.
Yeah, it's like a control tower between the two aft. Like those are the bay doors to maintenance and service.
Like to a certain degree, this almost looks like not almost looks like it has similar kind of cues from the Strange New Worlds shuttle, because the pylons kind of remind me, and where the nacelles attach there at the back, like they're more attached to the rear of the nacelle, kind of what was like there. But it's like this, I would love this. I think would make Star Trek Online's shuttle sort of play a lot funner, to have more options like this, especially like this, because I mean, when you look at this, it looks like it does 100% fit in the universe. And even I love how there's like that sort of body to it, from like there's curves, from the front there, and it kind of slims down and flares out again for with the impulse engines there.
Yeah, there are no right angles on that Javelin at all. It's all curved. Every bit of it. It tapers in every direction. You look at it from the top, bottom, and side. I made it as curvy as I could.
She got curves, Caps. She's got curves. A huge shuttle bay. Holy jeez.
Yeah, I think I was putting the standard shuttles in there just to see how they fit. Now, Javelin's a much bigger craft. It's a 44-footer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these old F types are 24 foot. So they're quite a bit smaller. I can put a lot more of those in the hangar bay if I want.
Yeah, that's
not as cool as the Javelin.
Absolutely love that. Oh, who's this one? The Merlin class. We saw that earlier, I think, right? Or no?
This
sorry.
is the Excalibur.
Excalibur.
Right. This is the crew lounge we were looking at earlier. Those are the windows you see on the sides of the hall there, and the gold-plated version of it inside that crew lounge. So this is the USS Excalibur, which is a Merlin class supercruiser. Again, you see the Excelsior veins on the leading edge of the dorsal there. The engines are these are what I call PB66 type engines. It has a TNP era bridge and lowered planetary dome. As a modified reflector dish, which is not quite round, not quite square.
Reminds me of the NX.
It's got little built-in. It's got the built-in photons just above the dish, right on the nose there.
Nice, I like that.
It's a fairly wide dorsal too.
Like again, the compact. I love it.
There's little coves on the body secondary hull. Those are recesses for the secondary hull thrusters, but they also look cool. Those come from a Corvette. I put those in everything.
Let's just say
I love a little vent.
He was driving out. He saw a Corvette and said, "Yep, that's going on."
That's going on.
That's going on.
I put those things out. They're on the ShangriLa too. They're smaller, but yeah,
they're there. No,
these are just bigger, and then the hood's got really big ones. Here's the AFU.
Sorry. Again.
And this is currently being built in 1/350 scale. It's a big ship, and this was almost entirely 3D printed. This is a rendered view, and but I'm using an existing 350 scale primary hull, and the rest is all printed. The engines are about 19 inches long, each one. Overall, it's about 33 inches long when complete. And it's being built over a brass armature. So it's a hefty girl.
Just let the one know that who's buying this not to hang it off the ceiling over the bed. Just in case. They had...
Yes, I'll let them know.
Just sorry, that's the first thing that I thought of.
Yeah, I friend who's ordered this as his commission. He owns a couple of other Tycho ships, and he's got quite a fleet going for himself.
I was about to say he's probably gonna get the whole fleet. Like, let's be honest here. He's probably gonna get the whole fleet. Like, who wouldn't?
He's got the Sentinel, Repulse, Toriel, and he'll now have the Excalibur.
Wow. No, this. Oh, what's this?
What are you seeing?
This.
That you're looking at the Japanese garden there?
Yeah.
This is the Oasis crew Oasis on the Endurance. There are windows on the top of each side of the secondary hull with skylights, and within each port and starboard. And within that, rather than a botanical garden, you have this. You've got a Japanese garden on both sides, and this is the little, crew garden. They can go out there and zen out with a little koi pond and
zen out.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it.
If you look through the window, you can actually look down on this that was 3D printed. And you can see the little hut, the house, and the gardens, and the the benches, and there's a little the koi pond and a rock garden, some little tiny trees. And who would want to hang out there rather than your cabin?
Is there a couch I can take a nap, old man nap on there somewhere?
There's a couple benches, like on a bench. Sure.
Just bring my blanket.
Yeah. Or are you gonna have tea inside the tea house? Right?
Right. No, that's just awesome. I just wanted to check in, Bill. Are you good for time still, sir? We're at about a 2-hour mark here. I want to make sure that you're okay, because I know.
So far, so good. As long as you are. I mean,
I
can talk forever.
Don't tempt me,
I
sir.
am out of water though.
What? Did you want to go get some water? You can go get some
No,
water.
I'm okay.
You sure?
I can stop and get some vapor cool.
You were supposed to wait for the word plug.
I couldn't wait.
I was about to say it. No, I just want to make sure. Again, I want to be respectful of your time, because I'm having the time of my life here. This is talking ships like this. I'm not like the most technical person or anything when it comes to, but
neither am I. So don't worry about it.
Okay, there you go. We're good. Well, okay, Caps, we're still good here. Again, Captains, just want to say, hope you're enjoying the interview here. Again, if you're just joining us, we have Admiral Buck here, aka Bill Krause. We're just talking about. This is the first folder we're on. This is the first folder. All the ships that he has, and this is not even complete. And it's. I mean, there's
I gotta pick things up
in there, but. So I like this where you're going into a little bit more design here into the Bizarre there.
Yeah, that's some crazy things happen on inside. I want to do something really, again, unconventional with the Endurances, the Bizarres, and rather than just having a bunch of flashy lights, I wanted something else behind those lights to break it up. And I came up with this kind of like geodesic dome thing that would kind of filter, the backlit lights that were back there. I didn't want any kind of rotating thing, but this kind of added some detail that you could see through the sides of the Bizarre, rather than just being a big clear dome. There was something else that was protruding out from inside the engine, some sort of mechanism, and this is, I think, painted gold behind the orange tinted dome, outer dome, and then it's backlit, and there's all sorts of sparkly things happening on that thing. So it's kind of magical, and I really like this part of the ship. That was one of my favorite things. I did this at the last minute, and before I finished it, I wasn't quite sure it was going to work, but it's not too bad.
So when it's spinning, it kind of was, a light show a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit of a light show. Oof.
A little bit.
When you see it in this type of, it just looks so official when you put it. I know there's something being cut off there, but like this just looks so super official when you have the look there of.
There's an early version of that schematic. I think I changed out the impulse engine design eventually, and I was also toying with different paint schemes. In this case, it was kind of a reverse of what you would normally see on a shuttlecraft, and I thought it looked a little bit too much like an orca or an owl. I think I probably had at least a dozen different paint versions of this, and eventually with something more traditional. But yeah, I had one with a big red stripe on the side, like a medical kind of thing or rescue vehicle. But initially, I was really thinking about going with like a dark gray scheme on this, but with the way the hull is shaped inside, with that being a light version, I was seeing nothing but orca. And I'm sure if I see it, everyone else is going to see it and go, "Oh, I like your big whale."
Well, now you said it.
Oh, thanks.
Now you said it.
Now that I said it.
Javelin the orca. Orca the javelin.
But these are ideas, I never throw anything out, so I may eventually build an oceanograph where I do use this kind of paint scheme. Because
I like this. Again, we talked about this earlier, but the progression of the nacelles here. And I loved how you made this official. You put your stamp there, the Tycho Starship yard. That's just...
Everything's official.
Everything's official, 100%.
these are just designs that I've come up with, currently, and I keep adding to this. These are all ships, themselves that I've used on ships I've designed. I decided to make a chart. Here's all the different images that I've been using. Here's how they compare to each other size-wise.
Like who thinks of
this? This is a lighting chart, which I do as well. Each ship, as I'm just planning how I'm going to light them, I got to figure out what I want to light. I have obviously the strobe, the navigation, and impulse, and those kind of things. But maybe some self-illumination where I might place those things, so I can, as I'm building it, make proper preparations to so I don't forget about this when I'm building each section, to put lights in where they have to go.
Oh, sorry, I realized I had that up there for a while. Again, the level of detail where you go into, I guess this makes sense because you're actually making the physical model, right? So
yeah, it's more
including
the model aspect than anything.
Next one up here. Ooh, here we go. The USS Repulse. Seeing it in this little light here is a different. Ooh, I love that secondary, the deflector. Ooh.
Yeah.
I like that. The recessed.
That was the first ship I designed in 3D.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think prior to that, I had just been sketching and drawing, actual orthographic blueprints. And this was one that I thought, well, I can use SketchUp and see where it goes. And this is how Repulse got designed and developed, was through SketchUp. And
that looks so. I now seeing it, because the first picture we saw about it was just kind of a 3/4 half view. Seeing how again, to me, a deflector makes the ship, and seeing it here, yeah, that's what I like. I like that. It almost has vibes to it of both the Akira and like an Excelsior vibe to it. Just when you're looking from the bottom.
It gets a lot of the Akira references from basically the top. The sponsons that stick out either side of the bridge, which is really kind of an NX, I guess, NX Akira. And I use that also on the Endurance. If you see the photo behind you, the dorsals come up and over the top of the primary to straddle the bridge, and very Akira-like as well. It's just kind of, I think, a way of kind of strengthening, the hull integrity throughout the ship.
Right.
Imagine those dorsals as big thumbs holding onto the edge of your plate. It's not just held from the bottom; it's actually being pinched between fingers, and it just structurally it works.
Welcome, Tan. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that.
Admiral, if you will come with me.
Okay lang po ako kayo. No, that again, when you're, I read somewhere that the purpose of those, the thumbs, well, one of the purposes. Now I'm going to call them thumbs. now I'm going to call them thumbs. It was also a sort of actual physical protection for the bridge area.
I mean, kind of. I mean, from one angle.
Yeah, from one angle. Yeah.
Stick like a sore thumb. The bridge is still on top, above those things.
Not gonna get away with that.
It just adds more volume to the primary hull for crew store or crew quarters or whatever. Adds another layer of the ship.
And there's
my standard dual phaser turret, which has been used pretty much on everything. That was designed for endurance, and I've used it on most of the TOS and TNG era ships. Not TNG, TMP era ships.
And look, again, the design of them is just, I think that Discovery had them too as well. Oh, there's that Zen Garden again. This has a different background. The one that we saw earlier had like this sort of...
Yeah, the first I had done like a Japanese inspired screen. I thought I might put behind the wall. I eventually went with this, with a architectural feature wraps around the garden. But yeah,
it works.
And when you look at the windows, all you really see is the roof of the tea house. So
yeah,
you really can't see anything else.
It's okay. It's okay. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I like that. Look at that. The wireframe of the Repulse. And I love how kind of were you trying to color code this? It has like gray and then that green I forget what that's called. Crystal.
I had the Impulse engine printed, and I'd isolate that part of the model so I could export it.
Ah, okay.
It was largely scratch built, with a few 3D printed components, the Impulse being one of them.
Right. No, and you look at that, there's just a level of another appreciation. Can I have that one? Can I has, please? Baker class concept. Can I has, please?
Yeah. Can you have it?
Can I has? It's in Star Trek Online. Can I has to fly, please?
I don't know.
It looks so cool.
This is a commission project by a client who asked me to kind of update and redesign an old FASA design, the Baker class ship, whatever that was, and asked if I could, give it the old Tycho twist. And I thought, sure, kind of just took that configuration of the original Baker and gave it. He wanted actually a TOS version of that, which I think it was originally a TMP style small destroyer. So I thought, sure, that's be easy to do. I just kind of I'll put some Tycho engines on it, and I think I built a brand new secondary hull here, based around a new primary. The pylons, I think, come from a Tornado, just inverted, they're flipped. And the front has a little cutout for a deflector, which I believe I've reused on several designs, even the Excalibur, just rescaled.
Kind of reminds me of the NX.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then there's like a hangar door, amidships there behind the bridge. So you can see it's a fairly small craft.
There's no other, at least for this one. But
yeah,
this is that.
Yeah, I gave you a variety of things.
Sorry, on the side of the second, right below the saucer, those are impulse engines. The black.
Impulse engines, yeah, either side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the back of the primary there, on either side of the secondary. Mm-hmm.
And the fins. Love the fins.
Fins, you gotta use fins.
Let's
dual firing photons after on the very end of the secondary hull there. And the client reference, he wanted this to be an aliens reference ship. That's why it's the USS Ripley with LV 426.
Oh. Okay.
People ask, what's that from? I go, oh, it's from Alien. This was, I think, the final schematic of the Javelin.
Boeing Astrodynamics Shuttle Bay Division.
That's her data plate. Some
getting cut off a little bit.
There, length, width, different elements.
No, it's again, I love that. And this though, I saw this, I was like, yeah, please. Again, see it when I see the nacelle sit above the saucer like that, again, to me, that's like one of my favorite aesthetics in Star Trek, when I see the nacelles kind of above there. Not on all my ships, I like underslung nacelles too, or side ones, but that looks, the Sentinel class here just looks sweet.
Yeah, this was my first TOS design, I guess, if you will. I built this, or designed this, thinking it would be the TOS predecessor of the ShangriLa. And, it's not quite. It developed into its own thing. And really, I I don't see it as a precursor to ShangriLa, but it could have been. It developed into its own thing. But this is all drawn in Illustrator. This is how I was designing ships back. Those are very fun projects. It's done in 1/350 and completely scratch built.
Mm-hmm.
And I had the engines printed though, and those engines were also reused on the Repulse as well on the Javelin, a modified version of that. But that's because I figured the engines should all kind of match. If you look at the Galileo and its engines, it would match the Enterprise. So that's why the Javelin engines look like it matches the Sentinel, because it's designed as a shuttlecraft for the Sentinel. But I've mocked up my Javelin to fit all the TOS airships. So you can imagine that the hangar bays of all of my TOS ships are stocked full of Javelin.
I take them, and again, not compared, but just because of reminder designs and just the way it looks, looking at it from the fore view there, the front view, the deflector reminds me of the Titan's deflector on how it's shaped wise, at least there. This is just the view wise. The that's right.
The Luna.
The
Titan?
Luna class. The Luna.
Okay.
The Luna, because
I think it's around on the A. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because when we finally got that ship in game, I like looking at it from the front because of its underslung nacelles. It just looks well, and that kind of it just again one of the reminds, because when I look at ship designs, like we said earlier, it just your mind can't help but just right. It's not at least for me, it's not meant as it should list. No, it's just more like it reminds me of this. It reminds me of that. The side view though has to be my favorite again because of that compact look. You took away the neck there. Yeah. It's that sort of it almost harkens to most of the newer designs in Star Trek where they just kind of take away the neck, like the Sovereign or the Intrepid, and it just makes it again that to me that's like speed. It translates to speed for me.
Right. It's a unibody look that kind of combines several shapes together, and it blends into the hull.
Okay, now I'm just going to extend this a little bit because we have to get the full effect of this a little bit. So I'm going to just extend this a little bit here. Oh, no, not that way.
Now, ShangriLa, I built really just on a couple of really loose sketches. And I had an idea in my head of what I wanted to do, but I really wanted to explore it as I was building it. So it was never really drawn like this. I did this after it was already built, this schematic. But when I was being built and designed, I was just kind of sculpting my hand and looking at parts of it and holding things together as I was building it. I knew what I wanted to build, but really didn't have a final vision in my head of what it would look like when it was done.
And Captain, just in case, this is the ship that made it into PICARD.
What's that?
I was just saying to our fellow captain, this is the ship that made it into PICARD. Right.
This was built, like I say, back in 2014, 15. And I sold the model itself by 2019 to a collector. It was the first model I ever sold. And wow. It was to a friend of mine. And it'd been around, in the hobby world. People have been looking at it for a long time. But I don't know if you want to get into, the whole Titan ShangriLa thing now or not talk about it yet.
But no, this is why I reached out, because having this go in, and I know we kind of have a question for it, but I guess we can ask it now because we are here. So how did it make you feel seeing this maybe not on screen yet, but like when they first said, no, yeah, we're taking that, thanks. How did that make you feel?
Oh, this is, amazing, because, when does this happen to anybody?
Yeah,
that,
I guess.
that your design or something you built for Star Trek or designed for Star Trek is asked to be used for the show. And it's like, wow, this is a dream come true. And what can you say? It's like, please, I've got more. Take this.
Here.
Yeah, it's a great honor. It's real. Yeah, this, like my first Star Trek design ship ever, not ever, but is the hero ship on PICARD. Wow.
That's like a kid in candy store.
But I don't know. Should I talk about how they asked? Or,
that was the next thing. So I'd say the next thing I was going to ask. So how, when, where, why, how, what, why?
Well, I had been working on PICARD season 2, building the ready room props, and they had asked me at that time too to design a TOS Stargazer to be part of that 3-ship gold-plated series on the wall. I could do that. And this is when I built the Stargazer, or the Radiant class, the 4-engine Radiant TOS version. And they had contacted me through Instagram, because I had been courted through John Eves through the productions at the Card to present my portfolio, and they had kind of picked me to or asked me to design and build models for the show. And when I was doing that, Terry Metalis, who was the showrunner of PICARD, he liked my stuff. He loved all of my models, and he actually bought one of them from when I was actually building a concept model. But he really loved the ShangriLa, and he wanted it. And I told him, sorry, I sold the ShangriLa a couple years ago, but I could build you another one. So I started building him another ShangriLa, and these are all scratch built. These aren't printed or no 3D plans of this thing. And luckily, I had some leftover molds of the original, of various parts. And so I started to build him his own version of the ShangriLa, which I called the Mark II. I was actually incorporating some other ideas that I had previously been thinking about changing to kind of update the ShangriLa anyway. So I've been working on that. In the meantime, when I suddenly get a email from Dave Blass saying that, actually David asked me prior to that, asking if he could see a portfolio of all of my ships to show Terry, so Terry can pick his ship. And I'm like thinking, his ship for what? I had no idea what they were asking for. And then one evening I got an email from Dave saying, I posted a photo of the ShangriLa that I had been working on for Terry, and it says, can you mock this up with PICARD era engines? I'm thinking, I could try. Yeah, I had a couple extra Stargazer engines laying around from working on the season 2. So I photoshopped in place of the current ShangriLa engines and emailed it back to Dave that night. It was like a Saturday night. And by Sunday morning, they're like, we're good to go with it. And I'm like, good to go with what? For where? What? I had no idea what it was for, what they wanted it for. And then eventually come find out that it was to become the hero ship for season 3, which was like, what? Which was great. And so you realize it's just a 23rd century ship that I just put 25th century engines on. Right? Yeah. Okay. And then like Monday, they're like, okay, we have the 3D files, so we can start VFX on production. I'm building a production model. Like, what 3D files? I hadn't built this. And I was leaving that Monday to go to Colorado to spend a month working on another film. Like, I can't. Sorry, so I had to scramble to get Doug Drexler involved because he had the Stargazer engines. He had a digital model of the Stargazer, so he can borrow those engines, at least have that that part done. But I had to send him photographs of the ShangriLa as many as I can take, and he had to rebuild the ShangriLa digitally in a week. He had a week to do it because they had to rush to get the ShangriLa into production because they had to build sets, they had to do all the on-screen graphics and LCARs and all that kind of stuff, and so it was this whip. And I had other ideas. I was going to, hoping that if it was going to be a 25th century ship, it should look a little bit more advanced, or whatever. So I had always sketches prepared, and I was ready to give it to them. But they were like, "Oh, it's good. We're good." And so my hands were tied at that point. And I would see updates from it as it was being worked on, but very little had changed since the initial concept was put together.
Because
wow, what a thrill!
So the last picture that I thought it was in the other file, but we'll come back to the ShangriLa. But just to show again, this is the picture that I was waiting to kind of show here. This the fleet, and there you see the Black Hawk, which is sort of that's kind of the predecessor or the to the Tornado.
To the Tornado, yeah.
Yeah, was, Tornado.
Like I said, it was just a one-off test vehicle for Tycho. Like I said, it's their version of the SR-71 Blackbird. It was kind of like more of a research vessel, but they were trying out different things on it, and that's where that configuration came from. And eventually became a production model in my theory to the Tornado and then Wasp. And then later ships, which I can't talk about.
Why you got to do that?
I know.
What?
Got to do something fun.
What? Captain, did you hear that?
No, I didn't say anything.
Clip that. Someone's going to clip that. Sorry.
Next slide.
That's the second time he's done that to me. In this chart, the two ships again that stood out to me was the Radiant and the Courageous. Those, and we have we have another folder that shows the Courageous, or sorry, the Radiant. But I mentioned this to you. I love the Ford nacelle ships, and that was one of them. But the Courageous, I didn't see any other pictures, I think, of the Courageous.
That one is still in development. It's got so many different directions. It's one of those ships that I'm working on. And it's like, I like what's going on here, but if I'll change this and it's not suddenly something else, there's probably like 9 variations of that ship. But its main thing is it's got like dual pylons coming out of the secondary to the either side of it, and it's almost like a biplane. And I love the look, and so I've been trying to figure out ways of making it blend into another hull that doesn't look like everything else. But so I've got a lot of weird ideas on that, and so that version I'm showing there is probably the original concept, but there's at least 5 or 6 other iterations of that still not happy with. But I just put it in there just for fun.
It sort of gave another different feel to the fleet, right? Then all of a sudden, because now you see this complete sort of Tycho shipyard kind of fleet here, and then it just gave a different flavor, which it kind of almost, to me, shouted like prototype, because it was kind of different from all of them. The only closest. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I think my intent was that it was to be a kind of research vessel, just to give it, something unique, that it didn't have to look like a combat vessel. It could be basically a floating laboratory and be as odd looking as it wanted to be.
I like it. It shouted to me because it looked more sleeker. And then when you look at the Radiant class again, it just brought a different feel. And almost rounded off your fleet there, because of just how it stands out. You know, it's not too big, it's not too small, but then it's something that looks like you can pick out right out from the, you know, a fleet shot. Especially if you're looking at it from the fort because of the fort itself. And I'm just gonna switch the windows here quickly because yeah, Cap, this is like tip of the iceberg of the what he sent me. This is not even everything here. So we're gonna go to this one. What we're doing as a concept art. That Krause. This one. Yes, actually, we'll go to this one. This is the one where we have your 3 stargazers. The picture here quickly here. And you're still okay, sir? Do you need to go grab some water?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Want to make sure you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
While we continue our nerd out session here. So I'm gonna kind of flip through these a little bit, so it will be a little behind for you, but you're familiar with this.
Should be.
Mm-hmm.
That's the inside of the Constellation class Stargazer that we scratch built for the show. So going together there. One of the 3 gold-plated models they requested, and it was built pretty much exactly the way Rick Sternbach built this back in 1986 for the show, using the same parts, same scale. Had to source all these old anime kits from eBay to detail it. And I actually added more details from some of those same model kits to kind of fill out the thing, because there's the studio version they used for the visual effects, which was bigger and built by Greg Giant, had even different details. So this was kind of a hybrid between those two. Yeah. I scratch built this while we were having the other ones printed, and this was about a 10-day project.
And look at that.
Yeah.
Stargazer is one of my favorite. Like when I saw this in TNG, I was like, "Ooh, I want."
Mm-hmm. And all 3 of these Stargazers had to be built with a dual mount system. They had to have a side mount as well as a bottom mount, because they weren't quite sure how they were going to fit it on the wall. So they have like dual ports.
What was the detail you put into that?
There's an aluminum square channel that's built into the ships.
Like, it's just insane. Like, look, just all those little just bumps and nicks and kind of, like, no one would see. Like, no one was going to see that. But,
no.
You know.
But it is built just like the real thing. Well, the original. And you see it again, all these gold-plated models you saw for 1 second in one shot in one episode in the dark room behind Jerry Ryan. And you don't even see this, let alone the new one. You might see mine in the top right-hand corner of the shot. But yeah, that's a lot of work for.
This is what you're talking about earlier, right? When you mentioned that you needed to make it for the ready room.
Those are the 3 models there, all finished.
Like, look at that. Oh, just me wants. That's just, there's just no and ifs or buts. Me wants. And oh, whoops, where was that? We were over here. Sorry, I lost the model.
Was that it? Oh, yeah.
Look at that. I went to the first shot of the Stargazer on a stand there. Oof. I have that ship in game, and it's just so like the one who rated us earlier on Twitch, McStew, did something in game called Demo Record, and yeah, the thing you can just talk about is the detail, and I'm pretty sure duplicated that here in this build. All the little nooks and crannies there.
Well, this was printed from the concept model that Doug Drexler did for the show. I think before it went to visual effects, so it doesn't have all the little details, but just enough, that can't be printed.
Plug time.
Because there's no windows. Wow.
Plug time. Might be time for your favorite. You bet.
Time for Maple Cool.
There you go. Even a personal demonstration.
Wow.
Got a little itch there.
Yeah.
Are you still okay for time, sir? Like if you need to,
Yeah.
if we need to, okay. I just want to make sure.
As long as you are. Can't apologize for
No, don't.
cheering up on you.
No, it's okay. I know how beautiful these ships are. I'm tearing up. Trust me, inside.
Yeah.
I'm just going through the concept pictures here. Just we're at the gold plate now of the Radiance. Dang, I would love to have that. Just we're gonna get
This
to
is my perfect topic.
Sorry.
This one sits on my stereo in the living room.
Oh.
It's the only one I'm allowed to put out in the open.
Oof.
The cat had a toy string raptor on me in the cell the other day. So this thing dragged off to just the edge of the table. I looked over at it one day. I went, ah! Like, what were you doing?
Another flip the covers moment for you, almost.
Yeah, this thing weighs about 25 pounds, and it's on a granite base.
I'm sorry, what?
How did
25 pounds?
What's solid resin, for one thing, and then it's gold plated. So they when they plate it, it's layers in copper first, and then gold. It's a hefty bugger.
Oh my gosh. And it almost fell off the table. Was it almond or cashew?
Yeah. It's cashew.
It's cashew. Cashew. You're cute.
Couple on that. Yeah.
You're lucky you're cute.
I built copies of these. I built one for Dave Blast. He wanted his own Stegan, and so did Johnny's. And last year I was building a whole lot of stargazers.
It's like a 2-for-1. Oh, can I have one? Oh,
Yeah.
Can I have one too? Oh, hey, while you're at it, make a third one.
Yeah. I think I built 6 stargazers last year.
Holy jeez. I can't blame them.
These were sent to a company in LA called Artcraft. And they did the gold plating. And originally, during the model process, it was never discussed that they were to be gold plated. They were to be painted. So there's a prep process to getting things plated. One thing that they have to be solid so they can sink to the tank. None of these were solid. They were full of holes. So after they were plated, there was liquid leaking out of them and etching and peeling the gold plating off of them on set.
Ooh.
That wasn't good.
I'm pretty sure not. I'd be losing my ever loving mind there.
Yeah.
Looking at this one, the rating class for this, I liked it 100%. Like I wish that in game that we could have. So in Star Trek Online, sometimes they release the ship with its previous skin and or even previous era ship. I would love the Stargazer in Star Trek Online to have this as a sort of TOS skin. When we would have like theme nights, I would definitely slap this on. Love that X configuration too. It just, again, the deflector area looking very sleek there. And it has a bit of an aft from the top view, I'm not gonna lie. A bit of an aft shape there, just has a little shape to that.
And when they asked me to design the new Stargazer or TOS Stargazer, I gave them a bunch of different concepts.
Mm-hmm.
I think there were 6 different concepts, and they picked this one with the X-wing. And I had not seen the new one yet, so I had no idea what that would even look like. They picked this one because it looked like the new one. I don't think they had to look similar. I mean, they could have been really anything.
Mm-hmm.
But it was fun to make that little drawing and come up with some backstory, because they weren't going to do it. So I thought I should design, call this the Radiant class, develop my own kind of background to it before someone else does.
You're not going to do it. I'll just do it.
Yeah, not that they'll ever use it. But list out a bunch of other ships that were part of that class.
Mm-hmm.
Stargazer being one of them, and assigning numbers to it, just so it fits my canon, my Tycho canon. So I'm now have to incorporate PICARD,
Mm-hmm.
canon into Tycho canon. So it works both ways.
It's exactly, yeah. It's more of like that bridge that connects it.
And here they are on set. Seem really well here, but put the lights on.
Like I when I show this to to my friend there, we're like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna put that in our garage. Nothing's gonna match with it, but it's gonna be there. I'm like, yeah, I'll put that in my living room. My wife / who I call my Admiral will just say why. I'll be like, just because.
It's gold plated. It now looks like a piece of sculpture.
It's gold plated. It's gold
Cats will
plated.
think it's a toy.
Ray, hello, thank you so much for that resub. How are you?
Admiral, if you will come with me.
But yeah, I know that these now we get actually a little bit more. This is one of my favorite shots because it had the actual behind, so you're gonna see it there, the Radiant in like a flying motion with the Star Trek insignia behind it. This, I was like, yes, please, yes. And you made this?
Yeah, that's the Radiant. Actually, the Radiant class logo.
Oh,
I believe. So I made that, and you see that the registry is illuminated, and one of the reasons that my name got dropped at all of the card and all that was through John Eves, who was trying to sell me on the idea in the PICARD era that the registries would be self-lit like this in that time period, and was referencing the Endurance model that I have, which has backlit raised letters and a fantail says Endurance. And he wanted to, sell that idea, so I was using my reference images, and I think that's how my name got, into the meeting, and they all collectively looked on Instagram at that time and saw all Bill Krause stuff. That's what got me, on the show, I think. But eventually, they didn't use that at all, that idea of limited registries. But I like to sneak it in where I can, and that's where you see that.
I think the way you did this shot, just and then the illumination of it's coming really, like, it's so simple. And this shot, it's just probably like one of my favorite shots of this ship, is that flying sort of angle, and then you have that overlay on top of like this sort of sky, and then the illuminated registry there. Just, it's almost like an icing on the cake. It makes your eye just kind of goes right to it and just looks at it and goes, Of course, you have to add the dat aft. Dat aft, yes. Sorry. I love what I actually liked is how you also how they're coming off of the pylons. They weren't necessarily how am I trying to say this? Because when you look at the very end of the nacelles, they're all kind of angled. They're not straight like they would be. And I thought that was a cool touch on this, where every, it is forming like an X almost. I kind of really absolutely love that.
Yeah. And here you got clear view of the inboard growth between each engine, as they should be according to the rules. So I'm not breaking anything here. But still, I get asked all the time whenever someone sees a 4-engine ship, why does a ship need 4 engines all the time? Like, they can't wrap their heads around the fact that it has more than 2. I mean, like, why not? I mean, what's wrong with having 4? I mean, if everyone drove motorcycles and suddenly a car showed up, they're like, you got 2 extra wheels, man. Why do you need 4 tires for? I don't. Maybe it's because it's stable. I shouldn't make fun of people. They don't. It's okay to ask this kind of questions.
No,
and,
you're doing, again, you're trying something.
I'm trying to be funny, and in all seriousness, I think it's you can do whatever you want.
Exactly.
And have fun with it.
Gee, what a concept! Having fun, eh?
But just it goes against convention, and people don't like change sometimes, and although the 4-engine Stargaze has been around since TNG, and suddenly when they see a 4-engine ship, why does it have 4 engines? Have you been watching Star Trek: The Next Generation? 1986. I mean, I don't tell you.
Oh my God! Oh wow, Bill, we got rated again here on the Twitch bridge by I Am Highlanders Captains. Welcome,
Captain on the bridge.
How are you? If you're just joining us and coming in with the raid, hello. We are actually here on the bridge with Admiral Buck, aka Bill Krause. He had graciously accepted our invitation to talk about ships, specifically one of his ships that got into the next season of Star Trek PICARD. But again, so welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. We'll go on here again. There's another concept there, the render, the final there. Yeah, I like how you just twisted the nacelles there. That's awesome.
These are what I would have given Dave Blast when I designed this for their approval.
Right.
And I don't think they really cared. They were like, yeah, that's good. Go with it. I'm like, yeah, I'm going for it. So sure. I think when they finally picked the one concept, I spent another week fine-tuning it because I really wanted it to be, cool. Because here's my shot to be in canon Star Trek, and I had no idea it was only going to be seen for like a blip of a second, if at all. So I wanted it to look good, and so I spent more time on developing it out, fleshing it out a little bit more. Even though it was only be a gold-plated thing, I didn't put any windows in this yet or anything like that. But these are just for fun.
Right. I think I think it really still, regardless, like some of the concept art that released for ships that the devs do for Star Trek Online, they kind of release it like this, and it's a good, again, having that sort of a look at the process is just very interesting to me. Like of where things are, and funny enough, Dave Blast said, yeah, sure. All that work, yeah, okay, we'll go.
But very little time to work on concepts because in Hollywood you gotta be. So I did 6 concepts over the weekend, approved by Monday, and then this is hours of work. You're just zipping through stuff. There's no time to put windows and things in. VFX does all that stuff later on.
Right. Okay, so I pulled up on the next thing here for us to go over, which is something that we're kind of doubling back to, but your ShangriLa. I will say one thing that I loved about it was the torpedo launchers there in the front of the saucer. Absolutely ridiculously awesome.
And that's the original model concept. And the original had this 3-tube bow photon array, and it's kind of a way to break up a little bit in front, rather than putting the photons on the bridge or somewhere below. It was so compact, it really wasn't room on the secondary hull to put them. So the bow made perfect sense here. And there's a single tube aft on the spine. I figured ships need a rear defense. I know the Enterprise was never shown having a rear-fired photon other than in the Next Generation.
No, we like firing torpedoes from our aft, right, captains? What? We like firing it. And yes, you did actually name this a tactical cruiser, so it has to have a little bit more tact to it, right? So torps in the fore, torps in the aft, everyone's happy. And you also made the plate that says Shangri-La NCC.
Yeah, all my commission work gets a plaque like this on the granite base, and I've got a guy who makes these. They're actually acrylic, and they're laser cut and etched, and there's like a gold foil placed on it. It was etched off with the laser, and it looks like it's polished bronze. You can get them as you do them in the bronze or a titanium silver, and they're just beautifully done, and I love them.
No, it looks really good. I think this just adds again to just like the officialness. Is that a word? Sure. The officialness.
Yeah. This is their dedication flag that would have been seen on the bridge.
Exactly. Yeah. I did like the look of the impulse engines here, of the Shangri-La.
And this is the Mark II that I had built for Terry. That was later used as a mock-up for the Titan. This is it under construction before primer. And you can see it's all styrene and resin that's been cast and hand sanded. And then the Mark II incorporated these winglets in the cutouts of the primary hull, which I had wanted to do forever. I did that on the Wasp, to kind of fill out the area. So that was a bit too severe when I made the original Shangri-La, having these huge cutouts. So I wanted to kind of fill them in a little bit. And I saw these little winglets as sort of like maneuvering thrusters, so that edge, leading edge of it would have little thrusters top and bottom, and then it would be hinged, so they could kind of do to when I do rolls or kind of high speed maneuvers, you could kind of hinge those wings up and down to allow the craft to spin. And I think on the Titan they made that whole leading edge like an impulse engine, which was not my intention, but that's what they're doing with it, at least for the Titan.
Right. And when you said that, this definitely needs the maneuver where the ship kind of just does do high inertia turns or something like that. You need to turn on a dime, especially it being a tactical cruiser. It makes sense. Right,
and it's always meant to be very beefy in its propulsion at sublight from maneuverability, which is why it has very large impulse engines, which are like a force vector. There's like 4 of them, as well as the winglet thrusters, and then hull thrusters as well. This is thrusting from every direction.
So it begins.
There was a shot, I think, in the trailer that shows the Titan like in a cloud bank, and you can see the thruster jets. Like, wow, they did that, and that's cool. Oh, this is the mock-up shot that I did for Terry, showing how I did it, so I can get the engine at the right angle and size and lighting perspective. And I would then cut that out, the new engine, and then reposition it, over the existing ShangriLa engines. And this is how I presented when I finally did. I think there's some shots in here, maybe, of the concept that I sent to Dave and Terry.
So you know what this reminded me of? This shot here when I was looking at it when you first sent it to me.
No. What's that?
All good
3-inch
things.
chip. Yeah, yeah.
All good. I was like,
A 3D.
wait, you're doing what now?
Yeah, you could do that totally.
Why not,
Put a 3
right?
inch in the front, that's fine. Yeah.
I
Why does it have 3 engines?
don't just get off the bridge. Don't worry about it. Just
I know.
just get airlocked. Just get out. Who cares? Because this actually, to me, because of the reinforced neck, it looks like it almost would actually make a little bit more sense if you add a third nacelle there, just cause. So I'm calling it the next ShangriLa refit. Sorry, the next Titan refit is going to have a third nacelle. Just saying.
Yeah. Titan B. There you go.
Called it right there, Titan B.
It'll be there.
I think this, more completed. It's all grayed out here now. And how'd you get it to stand like that?
I think I had a wire from behind it, hung it up, and then I just photoshopped the wire out of the top.
Okay.
It was just a nice angle that I couldn't photograph any other way. I thought, looks like it's just doing a little ballet kind of pose. And I build these things so sturdily. I mean, it's got a brass armature throughout the whole thing that you can stand on these things. So it's like it could hold its weight, and but it'll just stand here. But I need something to hold it up, so I had some string holding it up, and
just in case.
It's just a weird angle.
You have to look out for blankets and a cat with a string.
Mm-hmm.
So now the next shot you're going to see here is the two ships side by side.
Right. And these are the ones built as the ready room gold-plated models. Because when if I got into production and they thought, well, we're going to need some gold-plated models on the set. Can you build us a Titan for the set? I said, sure. And they were going to send over a visual effect, the 3D model of it, which they did. And I looked at it and I go, this is going to take me weeks to fix the model so I can make it printable. So I had to scratch build the Titan A. So I had literally a week and a half to build it for them. Mm-hmm. And while they asked for that, they said, well, we need to fill out the legacy wall of Titans. What do you have that we can use as the predecessors to the Titans? Mm-hmm. The TOS version of it. I go, well, I still have Terry's ShangriLa here, and this would make perfect sense because, you built the Titan from ShangriLa, why not make this its predecessor?
Right.
So it's ready to go. It's applied and ready to go. So it's like that was done, and so I just had to build the Titan, and they printed the Luna class themselves at CBS because there wasn't any time for me to do it because I was doing these guys.
Yeah.
And it literally had like 10 days to build these guys and send them out to get plated so they can put them on the set.
You're like, help me out, guys. Here, help me out. Do the other one.
I originally designed so when they first asked for a TOS version of the Titan, I wasn't thinking about Luna. I don't think they were either. I was designing a TOS, Titan, so it could have been anything. So I gave them some ideas, and actually, the Saratoga you saw earlier was one of the concepts I gave them that could have been, the first Titan.
Wow.
Eventually, they went with the ShangriLa, but I'm glad because now ShangriLa is canon, and that's exciting, huh?
I mean, again, just to have, that sort of, I can't even imagine how it would feel when you see this on screen. Like flashes of your work, flashes of the long hours that you had sketching it out, making things perfect, and then there it is, actually manifested on screen as an actual ship just flying through the screen. Like that, I can't imagine how that would feel.
And it's so cool to be building models of starships for Star Trek to be used on the show, on the set, and here they are. These are a dream come true. I'm a starship model builder.
Mhm.
I mean, to build models of your own design, let
Right.
alone someone else's. But this is great. This is my 15 minutes of fame. You're looking at it, don't blink your eyes, because this is it, and I couldn't be happier.
I'd have to say I like the original ShangriLa saucer. Again, with the torpedo cutouts in the front, and even from the aft view, I feel that just has more of a tactical feel to it, in my opinion.
It's a little bit more angular, but
Yeah.
the Titan has some angles to it too. That where the original ShangriLa is more curvaceous, the Titan is more squared. If you look at the spine ridge on the Titan side from the profile, it's just straight across and then straight down, whereas the ShangriLa has a slight curve down and then it bevels down. A lot of little things like that on ShangriLa that are a little more curved than the Titan. But again, we're looking at 100 years difference between these two ships. ShangriLa saying this was an early 24th century, like 2405 Titan, first Titan, versus the Titan A, which was launched in 2499. Am I right? The year's right. 2399 or 2400. So there's a 100-year gap between these two ships.
And it speaks to the in my head. Okay, this is just in my head. They would, just like the Excelsior, they would reuse or keep that type of frame because of how successful it was in terms of performance.
It's not even reusing the frame because it's a completely different ship. It's twice as big. It's the same configuration.
There's that thing too.
It's just built twice as big. No, they just took the ship and just rebuilt it. It's like, well, we looked at this design and built a new one based on that configuration, much larger. So it resembles much. It's like building. How do you compare it? But say you have a Toyota Volkswagen and you build a full size one. That's the difference between the two of them.
My God.
So the Titan is like 571 meters long versus the ShangriLa, which was 290. So it's huge. It's a big ship, almost as big as a D. Not quite, but if you look at that and you think, wow, how can that be as big as the D? It is almost as big as the D.
I hope we do see it. I'm pretty sure we'll see it besides ships, but it did. To me, the way it was moving, for some reason, it kind of seemed to me it was a little bit smaller. Not that much smaller, but maybe a little step up from the Luna, because the way it was moving in the action shots and the trailers. It just and looking at it initially from the reveal trailer, it seemed like it was a very again, like maneuverable, compact, tactical ship. But now you're saying it's like it's almost the size of the Galaxy. Well, I guess you can just chalk it up to like technology being able to make these bigger ships move like escorts almost.
I don't know.
Ooh, this shot
could be the windows.
When I saw this one in your file, I was like, you'll see in the warp one, during warp.
Yeah, you saw that in the last trailer yesterday too.
I had to change my uniform. Ed, how are you doing, sir? Yeah, no, it's just, the captain's, he can't even, I should be quiet right now. I should be quiet. There's a shot of, I believe that's another, is that the torpedo launcher? Have right in the neck, right between the nacelles.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, that's correct.
See?
That was a reference picture for Doug, just to show him where the impulse engines were and what they might look like.
There's torpedoes that fire from the aft. Say nothing else about your problem.
And there's the torpedo vent at the base of the neck there too.
Oh, right. I didn't know it was a vent. I didn't know it was a vent.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know it was a vent.
I call it a vent.
Oof.
It could be a glove box. I mean, if where you keep your cases of vapor cool.
the plug, captains. You have an itch, vapor cool.
Yeah.
This is one of my
You need a
favorites.
vent.
Like with it in orbit and just kind of sitting there. One of my favorite shots of any sort of Star Trek series is when they just, and you and I talked about this yesterday, the ships in itself are a character on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever these space shots happen, I personally am teleported back to when I first saw the galaxy, and when they do it right, it just, again, adds more character, add more charm to the ship, because it is, the hero ship, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for this one, when I was looking at it, now one of the things, and I know I'd mentioned to you, and you kind of already beat me to it yesterday with the replacement of the nacelles, is the deflector. Would you have changed anything on the deflector? Because making it going into the future, like to its current timeline, or would you have just kept it the way it was?
Well, I probably would have changed it just to be a little bit different than the original ShangriLa. And in fact, I had a bunch of ideas and sketches that really push this more as if it's a looking ship in all aspects. But there's a reason script-wise that it retains an older look, and with that. But yeah, I hadn't gotten to the deflector yet. I was still working on how to blend that impulse into the bridge, so it was more of a streamlined look. And I had a couple of sketches I had done and then given to them, but they weren't ready to look at anything else because they were happy with what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But I have worked on my own, my version of what a ShangriLa 3 would have looked like. And I've been working on ideas for a while ago, even before I got involved with PICARD, just future iterations of that ship. So there's a lot you can do with it, I think, a lot with any ships. But it's one of those areas that it's fun to play with, and you can only do so many things until you run out of ideas. But
right. So
one of the ideas that retained somewhat in the original concepts of the Titan was, see the blue cutouts or the blue pattern on the hull, the secondary hull, and then on the impulse, I had like a blue Aztec pattern going on. It breaks up the hull a little bit. Doug had included that on the Titan model in the concept, but it never developed into the visual effects texturizing. But many of the concepts that I saw from Doug renders still had that blue pattern on, which were taken directly from the ShangriLa. In fact, I've got an orthographic line drawing that he did that has all that on it. And,
reminds me of the Aztec you're doing now, and the one you...
Yeah, I wanted to do something that was a little different, and was based on some naval digital camo that they use on some of the current Navy craft. And it'd be kind of cool to give it a little bit of a different twist on the starship. It doesn't, starships don't need camouflage, but some sort of cool looking, who knows what that is. And you see on like the refit, there's like a strong back pattern that fits in the top of the secondary hull, a blue pattern. Just kind of that on the ship.
So I'm wondering, I think this is the mod B you were talking about, that this was you replaced it. Yeah, you showed to was it Terry? Was it Terry?
That was what Terry. Yeah, Dave requested this. This is what both of them they approved as the Titan.
What? Sorry, flashbacks of yesterday, but
yeah.
But wait, I mean. So where is the... Oh, I love this one. I love that shot. So with the removal of the torpedo launchers on the front, where are they firing off from now?
From what you see in the trailer, they're firing from the base of the dorsal.
Just the base, right? Yeah.
Just above the secondary hull. How they managed to clear the bottom of the primary, we don't know, but we see them firing like downwards from its dorsal position. So somehow they're able to angle the photon around the dish, or I don't know how they go, but they're pre-programmed in some way that they fire, not in a straight line.
I brought that up because, you and I were laughing about that a little bit, or just going, what?
Yeah.
Let me shave a little bit of the sensor dome. Don't worry about it. Torpedoes are smart.
You don't need it.
I don't need it.
It tucks up out of the way just as they fire, just for a second.
There's a little dip.
Yeah, there's the ballet pirouette Titan too.
Was this picture coming up that you'll see on your screen? Was this?
Oh, that's a mock-up I did.
The mock-up. Oh, okay.
That's the mock-up I did for Dave and Terry recently to show them what the original Titan might have looked like, say, in her colors and her NCC at the time. When I designed the ShangriLa originally way back then, I made a whole listing of all the ships that would have been part of the class and gave them all assigned numbers. And of course, Titan wasn't part of that, so I added the Titan to the bottom of the list, gave it a number, and then realized, oh, that number is already picked. I think I wrote this down. It was the number for the Hathaway I used in TNG, and because I have a 2590 number, I think ShangriLa starts at 2575 and goes 2590 something. So I couldn't use that next number. And I realized that the Valkyrie, which was another Stargate or constellation, was also the 2590 number. So I had to rearrange all my NCC numbers and find a number that wasn't already picked and used in Star Trek. So 2597 is the next one in the list. It's kind of neat that the ShangriLa and the constellation dovetailed. I didn't even know it until I looked it up. But it's kind of weird that here we are.
It kind of worked out.
Constellation almost all arriving at the same NCC number.
No, I again, looking at the captains, when Bill sent these to me, I spent a good old hour just looking in awe. This was a cool picture, this one coming up. Not sure what was behind it, but you had two Shangri-Las just sort of leaving the place.
This was the artwork I created for the Ships of the Line calendar. Was it last year? This past year? I forget what year this was. Recently. And it's the same model, just we photographed twice, and I think I mocked up one as the surprise, which would be the one in the foreground, and ShangriLa in the background.
No, I love this picture. Again, the space shots are where I love just seeing a ship in. Of course, this shot was when the Titan was leaving. This is about the time I had to change my uniform when I saw this in the trailer. It was again, just it had the silhouette of all the right notes, even though, like I mentioned, where they just sort of swapped the nacelles out, it still had a feeling of just awe,
this is like the perfect place to see a ship leaving, its home port. This is like the iconic backdrop. You want to see it coming out of space dock, and we get to see it.
And then you see that raft. Whew.
It's interesting on the Titan, the warp grills that you see lit there. They extend. There's like a mechanism. They extend out from the hull, or from the nacelle. The glowing grills on the
blue
Titan.
one. They extend.
The blue things that you see there. There's they retract in some way, or they extend.
Oh.
I don't know how or maybe you'll see it somehow in an episode. But when I got the digital model of it, they came that way. They were extended out with mechanisms, and you can see the whole inside of the nacelle. So I'm not sure if it's some way of venting. So maybe we'll see that in the shows at some point. But I thought it was kind of interesting that the visual effects model was articulated for that to be a functioning thing. And why they open, I don't know. But looking forward to seeing that in the show.
Dude, look at that little inside there, Caps. We're gonna have to look out for the nacelles having some sort of movement to them.
Mm-hmm.
To me, see, when I first saw this, I thought the aft torpedo launcher was at the base of the neck, but it's actually the top over there.
It's a little higher. It's up above.
Yeah.
Look at the crossbar of the impulse. Yeah, right where the cursor is.
Mm.
And I think it's a closed door. I'm not sure if they have it open there or not.
That aft.
I think there's a door that closes it.
This next picture, this is what I think I cut out there and I used for a couple of my streams there, was just of the hero ship there. And again, if we go back to the conversation we were having earlier, the photon torpedo launcher or the torpedo launcher right above or like right below the neck, but then right directly in front of the neck is the sensor domer.
It's a tight fit.
Yeah. It's hilarious. And then you're right, when in the trailer, it was sort of swinging, tilting up a little bit, and then firing the photons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when it was doing this motion here, kind of flying in, it just felt like it was a smaller, because in the background, it had a variant, I guess, if you call it, of a Stargazer that had only two nacelles, two top nacelles.
Yeah.
And I joked that they needed a pair of nacelles, so the Stargazers had two to spare. Here you go.
Right. Mm-hmm. They're like spare tires. You never know when you're gonna have a flat, right?
I do.
Here you can see the profile of the Titan.
Mm-hmm.
With base of the dorsal is just about even with the planetary dome.
But if you look at the light, though, it looks like it's actually dipping below that line.
I believe so.
Doesn't take away it's beautiful, but it kind of just makes you go, kind of. Yeah, exactly. Things that make you go. So we're gonna leave that on the screen for a bit. So I'm gonna go ask this question because I know, having your ship now on screen, you kind of hinted this, and I'm going to let you answer the way you want to. Is there any other ships that we're gonna see on screen that are somewhat yours?
Yes, there's one other ship that I have created that you will see in this season. And that's all I can say about it. But I'm really excited to see it because we actually got to spend a little bit more time designing it, and it's a little closer to the vision that I had given them, concept. So really looking for another Federation ship. I can't say much more, but looking forward to seeing it.
We got a little bit insider.
One episode.
One episode? We're gonna have to look out for that, Captains, because I can't wait. And this is gonna lead into a question at the very end, but it's something to look forward to, and hopefully a continued relation, because there were some comments on the Twitch bridge there saying that Cryptic needs to take some notes from you or hire you, because.
Yeah, they've got plenty of good people there. They don't need.
Oh no, they do. No, they do. Or let's just say collaboration. How's that? Just
I would love to collaborate. Yeah.
See, Thomas. Background. I'm trying to see. Wait, but Triz, I want to see the background. Okay, sorry. How are you doing, Cash? I'll just kind of put this out here, and then we can ask some of the questions that we had here. Someone wanted to see your beautiful ships there. So now that we know that there's another ship that we're seeing, Is there another ship that you're possibly working on? Maybe yes, no, for future?
Oh, for Star Trek?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, no, I would like to just sort of think that, again, because of the profile of the pictures you sent them, you know, they would like to somewhat keep some continuity. Like, you know what I mean? Like when we're talking, going through your ships, your concept art there, and then you had your Tycho shipyard fleet there, you know, it would have been, I know that this is the last season of Picard, but you know, there's still Star Trek to be done, right? So
Oh, sure.
hopefully.
And there are a lot of other designers out there, and guys like me who design great. I mean, I'm not saying I'm great, but there are a lot of other great designers out there.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I don't want to hog all the fame.
Oh no, hog them. The 50 minutes is not up
there's
yet,
plenty
sir.
of other great designers, and that people have a chance to be part of this. And I'm excited and thrilled to be have this small part already.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I've done it, you know, and I'm ready to go back to start building more of my own stuff.
Right.
So I don't mind if they don't ask me again, because you know, I feel like I've done it, you know.
And you made
gonna-
you shipped on screen.
I made my millions, and I'm gonna go live on some islands and just hang out. But no, I've got some other ideas of my stuff that I want to build, and
Mm-hmm.
that to me is more fun, I think, than just building ships for the show.
It's just building ships for the show. He's just kind of shrugging it off now. It's off his bucket list. It's off his. Oh, I've done that. Been there, done that. Next.
Yeah, but no, there's been no other inquiries for any other thing
yet. But you're on the radar. Just like now, if there's any fellow modelers out there, and is there any sort of advice that you can give them? Or thinking of getting into doing stuff like this? Oh, did I lose you?
I think I lost you.
Hello?
I think I lost you the last part of that sentence. Question.
Mic check one.
I hear you.
Oh, sorry. The question was if there are aspiring model makers out there, and or current model makers out there, what would you? What advice or what sort of words of wisdom could you give them?
There was lots of words. I mean, it's really, I think I said this before in other interviews, it depends on the skill level of model building, what they want to do or achieve. It's really just not being afraid about trying new things, learning new techniques, skills to improve yourself and your craft as a hobby. This is your art form. And one thing this hobby has taught me is to learn the many different disciplines I need to create something, anything, using any sorts of tools and learning the various crafts of scratch building, whether you're working with plastic and styrene, or casting in resin, or you're getting into 3D printing and modeling, or electronics and programming, code, paint work, and learning how to use an airbrush, and designing and printing your own decals. I mean, you basically become your own model factory, and you can rely on other people to supply you these things. But it's kind of fun to learn on your own, to not have to depend on other people, but to learn and do that yourself, so you can create your own models and not rely on what's just available to you. So I think that's the goal, is to if you want to create, don't rely on a model box kit, like a puzzle. It's like, just put this together. Well, anybody could put this model together or puzzle together, but if you get rid of that box and you build your own thing, figure out a way of doing it, because you can do it.
And like I said earlier, my son, I just him doing the models on his own in the kitchen there, it takes a lot of time. But I think when it comes to your passion, your love, I think it's actually really shown 100% in the work that you've been able to share with us, you know. And I can't say that I don't feel inspired to making a ship, but I kind of do. But I know my skills, so I'm just gonna let others do that. I'm gonna just let others do that. But you know, for what it's meant to, again, to someone like me to kind of talk to you, Bill. And again, I want to thank you, because it just feels like it's another sort of avenue to feel closer to Star Trek. Because me talking to you, it's like, again, yeah, something you can scratch off your bucket list. You know, that you got your ship on Star Trek, and now you're gonna just, and you're happy about it, and sort of from an aspect of, you weren't necessarily chasing it, but then all of a sudden, you know, because of, again, the quality speaks for itself, the work that you do. And you know, all I can say is I am so grateful and thankful for having you here. And you did open something to me yesterday, which I hope I can do now, is because we're coming on here about 3.5 hours, and I know it's getting late there for you. Hopefully there's another time that we can do this. Partially,
sure.
You know, because I don't think just myself, but also my fellow captains, either on Twitch and or YouTube, just love talking about ships. You know, that's one of our first.
I do too. Yeah.
You know, and I said in the beginning there, I'm not sure if you caught it, but I thought our initial systems check talk yesterday was going to be like, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, but it became like an hour conversation. And the one thing that I was hoping for that would come across here today, and I hope it really did, was just the passion that you have and the love that you have for what you do in the craft. And I could not be more happier, you know, to have you here, and would love to have you here again.
I'd love to be back. Sure, no problem. This is a subject that I love to speak about, and to others about as well. So I'm definitely interested in coming back. Yeah.
Oh, captains, you heard that. We can clip that. He wants to come back here, and we'll talk about more ships. Especially, I'd say, part 2. Can it be when we see your ship?
Yeah, definitely. I think we can, you know, wait till next year, and after we see all the ships, you know, on the show, we could see the Titan and its action, and the other one, and then we can talk about it. So yeah.
He kind of paused there. I thought he was going to say something. Dang it.
Yeah, the one that shall not be named.
The one that the USS one that shall not be named. But Bill, again, thank you so much for answering our questions here. Thank you so much for sharing all of the things that you've shared with us. And we had 2 other things planned, but I want to be respectful of your time. And you know,
what are other things planned? Is there something else on?
There was the going through your Twitter feed, because you had other pictures there that just looked absolutely ridiculous.
Well, if you wanted to zip through those, we can. You know, I can briefly narrate what you're looking at if people are interested, because I know we've been going on for 3.5 hours. So,
but look at that! Even the header of your Twitter page right there.
That looks familiar.
Yeah,
it's the same picture, right? No, it's a different angle.
A little bit of a different angle. But like I go when you post stuff. Of course, you're reposting the stuff there too, of the shot of the Titan there.
Isn't that a great shot they did in the show of that Titan floating in that debris?
The top? Yeah. Like, this is one of your recent ones. I think this was it says here 22 hours ago. A shot of you just kind of panning.
I did that after we talked yesterday.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
And I did my reaction to the PICARD trailer. My son, he actually went towards this. The picture below that you'll see that there's a storm brewing somewhere. Is this a ship that you made?
No. I saw that it was posted on Facebook. These maritime models at a museum in Hamburg.
Oh.
And I was drawn by the name, the Bourbon Monsoon. Like, I want to be a captain of a ship called the Bourbon Monsoon. Pulling in the port.
With some bourbon. In a monsoon.
Yeah.
Oh, because here in your Twitter feed,
And the hatches.
like this one here, if you'll see it, it'll come up here in a couple of seconds, but this is what we were talking about earlier with you doing like the Aztecing.
Yeah, the Aztec on the Enterprise. Yeah, that was it was like all week long just putting those Aztec masks on it and then just to paint it like in 5 minutes.
Right.
And another hour to remove all of them. Right. Then I went over again with another color of blue, just like a random pattern, and then knocked it all down with the base color, so it kind of all just blended like a subtle texture. And that's what it looks like after all that work. If you squint, you can almost see it, but yeah, it's there. It just isn't as as bold.
Oh, it's there. It's beautiful.
And I finally took the paint masks off the cells, and that tape's been on there for like the last 3 months, and it's the first time they've seen the light of day, and thankfully it looks good.
Oh, it looks good. And this just, yeah, the refit has a special place in my heart too as well. Like, it's the second ship I saw in Star Trek, and you just don't forget it. Especially that shot of it coming out of the dry dock. Oh, so good, so good.
Yeah, that pattern is so intricate. You wouldn't realize it until you really studied the model, the studio model, that it had such an intricate pattern. There's the Excalibur's engines there.
The courageous concept. Oh, yeah, look at that.
That's courageous.
Oh, I want.
There you can see the pylon.
I definitely want this. There's no doubt that I want that.
It needs a deflector dish, which I haven't put in yet, but I just like the way it's going. It's just a cool looking thing.
I hope we get to see the progress of this here, because it
the
does.
Fins are placeholders for something else that may go there. I don't know. It looked naked without them. It needed something there at the end of it.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Sometimes things just look good there, and there's no reason for it. So I think of a reason for it.
This I wanted to ask you about, because I was like, I saw this. I'm like, how much would that cost? That's what
I think I posted a link to that.
Oh, did you?
Shapeways. Okay. I uploaded a model of the Shapeways, and you can buy these.
Small little model of the Calypso.
Depends on the material. I think this is the resin, and it's almost like $40 just for a 3-inch model in resin. If you do it like in the vinyl, it's like $10, I think. But Shapeways is not cheap, so I just wanted to have a physical copy, and I have that. I got it actually in Endurance, but the same scale made of metal that they did as well.
Jeez. That's awesome. Of course, a little bit more pictures of the Calypso there, I think. Yeah, the Calypso concept art. There. Yeah, this other portion was also like when I was doing, I'll just kind of keep scrolling here, but when I was doing my sort of kind of prep work for our talk today, I was just kind of scouring, right? Your Twitter feed, which is endless, filled with just shots here. And you mentioned it earlier, but you just have a bunch of, like, not a bunch of, like, you have a million pictures probably, and you know, that even if you did share it, like, it's not going to be a one-part interview. That's definitely for sure. You go through your entire portfolio of pictures. And I love this jacket, by the way. I want that.
Thanks.
Nice shot of the Excalibur there.
That's when I got COVID.
Oh, when you went out on that trip you're talking about? Oh. And again, I really do appreciate, I know you're not feeling 100%, but for you to just be here with us is just awesome. This shot I wanted to show. 100% I want to show this.
Yeah, that was I had printed out several, actually about a dozen javelins, and the Endurance was bought by a private collector earlier this year, and he requested that I finish out the javelin fleet for him. So those are all painted. They're all individually numbered.
Jeez. All by you.
That was a tough one to let go.
This
The Endurance. I didn't think it would ever sell.
Wow. Yeah, no, I mean, again, just I appreciated the design of it, and it just sort of, the more you kind of looked at it, the more it really stood out on its own. Especially when you started sharing these, where seeing it in a physical model and up close and personal gives a different appreciation for it.
Those javelins are about 1.5 inches long at that scale. So you can imagine that shuttle bay is
small.
About 5 inches long. 5 inches wide is the bay, roughly.
This made me laugh. I saw in the shot that you'll see here, I saw, through the top of the bridge module, I saw a plant.
There's a plant, yeah. Little potted plant, little ficus.
Just like
little ficus.
It's like a little potted plant.
Yeah, there's one in each corner, I believe. That's the Sentinel's like little rec room, crew lounge.
Again, just and you even had people in the tower, or the communications area.
Yeah, like little silhouettes.
At least,
yeah.
You know what that reminded me of? Home Alone.
That's Home Alone. I was gonna say it was Daft Punk.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Imagine just a couple Daft Punk guys up there, pumping out some beats for the hangar deck guys.
So say in a model like this here, looking at the refit, so how many rods do you have running for, let's say, the pylon, the neck, the saucer? Is there like the reinforcements in the skeleton?
There's a structure through it. I think the neck. I may have other photos of it internally.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are 2 rods that run through the dorsal for support to a larger longitudinal rod through the center of the secondary hull, with single rods going up through the pylon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a kind of an abbreviated structure because that's not a very big model, so we couldn't do a whole lot through it. Plus, you got to put lighting in it, and lighting that skinny little dorsal through all the wiring and the brass support. It's tough. There's not a lot of room in there. Belknap, Wasp, and the Toriel.
Oof. All I can say is oof. So the Wasp, that is the Tornado's TMP.
Right.
Yep.
That's her.
Jacquard, how much does one of those models run? I don't know if you're. One of those models run. I'm not sure if you're comfortable with letting that out, but I mean.
Well, they all vary depending on
the time you put in.
Anything with lights in it is going to be expensive. It usually adds about anywhere from $1,500 to $2,500 per model just to put lighting in it. But you can start with a simple kit that I would just put together, about $500 to $1,000, just to build them like a kit. Get into more custom work where I'm designing something and having things printed, having things fully lit and a much larger scale with completely custom, and you're into the tens of thousands. I shouldn't say tens, but about 10,000 for a really big one.
Like the Endurance, is that something you can disclose?
Is way up there.
Okay.
I can't even say how much that costs.
We'll just say way up there.
It's way up there.
The USS. How do you say Tyrell?
Toriel.
Toriel. Toriel.
Named after the character in The Hobbit, the female elf archer.
For a hot second, I thought this was a wheel. I don't know. when I was scrolling through it, I'm like, is that a wheel? Is that lagging here?
That's the hatch. That's how tall.
Yeah.
It's a very small ship. That's a personnel hatch. It's about what, 7 feet tall.
That's correct. Yeah, and I was just like, wait, like just my mind just went wheel. Deflector. It's like NX. These deflector discs remind me like NX style. Speaking of the NX, you had a hallmark, an ornament of it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Did we look at this ship? The Baker class? Is that one of the things that we looked at earlier?
Yeah, that was the Baker
okay.
that we looked at earlier. With the LV 426 number on it.
Oh, right. The
Ripley.
USS Ripley. I wonder who's that referencing.
Yeah. That's rendered in After Effects.
Oh,
that I'm working on a new artwork for the 2024 Ship to the Line calendar, and that might be in the background of that calendar.
Is there any reason why you use Jason Statham for your uniforms?
It's transporter chief. And they make perfect sense.
Oh, now that you said it, yeah, I missed that completely.
Yeah.
I missed that. Oh, I didn't realize how dark. Now I'm the one who's looking dark here, am I?
And I put Steve McQueen in pretty much everything, so why not? Because Steve McQueen.
Right.
So, and he's the pilot, of course, of the Sentinel.
Oh, whoops. Go back here. I thought this was cool, and there's that wraparound that you're talking about. The you had in the concept of the Endurance. Yeah, I thought it was cool that you had this. Again, just like including this as again, like the whole concept, the whole ship, the whole everything, from your ship, crew, shuttles, just everything. It was such a process that it just let's be honest, you kind of get obsessed with it, don't you?
Well, sure. You're building a ship for months and months and months. You're kind of living this headcanon in your head as you're building it. It's like it really puts you in the place of the time you're building, and you're thinking about, beyond just your physical build of the ship, but the crew and what they're doing and who you might cast if you were to say make this into a movie.
Right.
Just stuff like that. Just to pass the time. It's just fun to play with, and it's my Tycho headcanon.
So this is the shuttle you have in your house. The one you have, yes. That is just so cool.
And the doors are held on the ship with magnets, so you can position them open or closed. They're not actually hinged.
Just with magnets?
And then they're magnets built into the frame of the door frame, and they're built into the door itself. So I can pull them off the ship and then reposition them and close them. The aft hatch you see open in the back there is hinged, but it's held in place with magnets. So it folds up into the ship, and there's magnets that hold it in place. And there are lights built into the ramp too that sequence back and forth, which are kind of cool from the back. The thing is so full of light. Yeah, you can light up a whole room with that thing.
I wonder if there was a shot of that with. Look at that! You're filming your Endurance there. Look at that. Oof! There's the here. I'm going to put this. Get a little effect here to show off the glowing nacelles. That looks so. We need that in game. I want that. That looks so cool. That looks so good. That is a big boy.
It is, yeah.
Looking at it from here, from this sort of, pulled away shot, that is a big boy.
Yeah, there you see it in the studio, and yeah, it's 47.5 inches long. The primary is 24 inches diameter.
Like when you made the Endurance, did you, was this to sell, or just one to get obviously your creativity out, but was that the sort of end game for it?
Yeah, I just wanted to push myself into something, that I hadn't done before, and to do something large and kind of impressive. I just wanted to build a large ship, and I've been building a lot of smaller ships, and wanted to build something of decent scale and size that I could actually do some more detail work on the interior, building big hangar bays and all that kind of thing. Those kind of things.
Right. Oh, look at this. Ooh, this.
The engines are removable. I had to do that so I can transport it.
Oh, I would guess. Yeah, you can't just. I liked how you kind of angled the ship here, the repulse on its stand. That was cool. Wind shuttle bays there, love it.
Repulse, after I did a little refresh for it before it was sold, and I went back and repainted the whole thing and added all these paddle line details, and redid all the markings and decals. Because it was never finished quite to my satisfaction when I built it originally, and I put it on a shelf and forgot about it, and then someone wanted to buy it. And I go, ooh, okay, should probably make it look a little nicer. So he was gracious enough to let me spend another month to kind of freshen it up.
So this is another ship here, and I believe this was the Neo Constitution class starship model, textured by rendered by Pundis. So I think Pundis there, just his little rendition of the Neo Constitution there.
Yeah, I did a real nice job in copying the Titan. And it looks like the real thing there.
This is the USS Metalis.
Yeah, that's the showrunner, Terry Metalis. He's named it after him.
Oh wow. Oh, here's that shot you're talking about. I believe, was it not? When you looked inside the... Oh, where is that?
Yeah, there it is. That's the printed piece of the hull. And I've placed the 35mm slide there just for position to see how it would look, and because that's where it's going to go. But it'll eventually get a clear window pane once it's finished, and then that'll be the slide itself will be set back a little bit to give it a little bit of parallax between that and the frame, and a light box built behind it.
On the job, Mr.
Me back on the job.
Look at that. Oh, this is...
I think that was next to Sandra Bullock's house.
Sandra Bullock's?
It was in Austin, Texas. There's the Wasp.
Someone had mentioned earlier on YouTube the Wasp. I think they were waiting for you to... For us to show this. I get it now. I get it. From the Tornado to this, what was the first one again?
The 971.
Yeah. This is I'd say it's growing on me, because if there's an aspect I like about it is, again, the lines that come back from the saucer to the secondary hull. And here again, the Wasp thing, that's a cool concept.
Yeah, this basically just was sculpture. I started making this thing and carving it when I was building the original. Was carving hull sections out of foam by hand, and really having fun with the shape and form and line, making something very sculptural with that, and not just taking a cylinder and gluing it to a saucer. It was all art.
I do like that shot. Oh, I didn't realize you fit the javelin there.
Can you see it? Most people miss that. Yeah.
I saw it. I just noticed it now.
This picture used to be far less complicated, and I keep building and designing more ships, and it's like, oh, I got to add another one there.
So what you're saying is, you're gonna have to do something different. Maybe have a running outline light or something go around it.
I've seen this done with all the Enterprises, the original T West, all through the D. And it was like our top view with this kind of style, with the outline in different colors overlapping each other.
Right.
I thought that'd be a cool idea, and I thought, well, let's do it as a profile view of just like all the Tycho ships to scale. And this might be like a cool T-shirt idea,
You should make this a T-shirt. You should definitely make this a T-shirt.
Do you think T-shirts would sell if I did stuff like this and posted them?
One can try. I mean, it's now.
One can try.
Yeah. Try the ShangriLa now, or at least a Titan, at least, or maybe put the OG ShangriLa on a T-shirt. See how that goes, and then build your fleet. This being the end goal. And this is the time for another plug.
Sure. Sponsored by Vapor Cool.
That one worked out well.
Did it good. I followed your cue.
That one worked out well. Oh, look at that. This is cashew?
That's cashew.
Cashew, yes.
Yeah.
We never saw cashew. We all saw almond earlier. And almond was also there earlier on
They're sisters.
There's the hood. This is the hood, I believe. This model here. No? 1731?
Yes, that was the kind of mock-up maquette I made for the hood. I did it in 1/1000. I took a 1/1000 kit and chopped it up just to see how it would work before I built the big 1350. And but this is it. This was the test version, and I never finished it. I kind of threw it together, threw it in primer before I started building the hood itself. Later on, I went back and finished the maquette and did this, and fully painted it and marked it up and called it the Valiant 2. And it's just about 10 inches long.
Oh, again, just the detail just blows me away. That's that ship we have there, captains, in the overlay there. This is not lit up though. That model's not lit up.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, this is just you see the impulse engine was like, ugh. It's like, I just ran some ideas there, and it's like,
that was different actually.
Yeah. That's a 150 Reliant, and that was actually one of my first commissioned pieces. That was built for Chronicle Collectibles back in 2019.
Oh wow!
And it was built for them as their prototype for a line of licensed desk models, and this was their second one. The first one they came out with was the Enterprise D in 1/1000, and they originally wanted me to build that for them. I couldn't do it at the time. They needed it. I was actually building the Endurance at the time, and they needed the D like in 2 months for a trade show. It's like, there's no way, even if I wasn't doing anything, that I could have built it in that time. But after that show, they asked me to build the Reliant for them, and this was a fun project.
The next shot here that you'll see up here is the one where you put it beside the Repulse. Give it a good scale. Oh, I just realized the stand you used on it for the Reliant. Does that actually light up the way with the shields?
Yeah, I built a light box that had the transparency of basically the shield schematic, with a top view of the ship, and it's backlit.
Oh my
And they
gosh.
had requested that.
That's insane. See, this is definitely why I wanted to go, because a lot of the, again, this is probably not even the tip of the iceberg still, regardless, just because of how many you posted over just the past year. I mean, I can keep scrolling here, and we would have like beautiful shots of your ships here.
These are 1/1000 scale Sentinel replicas. There was for a brief time, a garage company that was producing resin kits of some of my designs, and I think the Sentinel was the first one that came out with. They later did the Repulse and the Hood, and they would give me 2 free copies of each design as they would produce them. And a lot of these smaller kits, I would build them. They would sell like instantly as soon as I put them up online, saying, "Hey, anybody want one of these?" Boom, they'd be gone.
Yoink.
Within minutes. Yeah. It's like candy. I couldn't even make enough of these to, keep them in stock.
How to ditch the Sentinel. You made an escape plan?
This was based on a World War II brochure of the B-17, how to ditch the B-17 Flying Fortress to new prospective pilots. It was like a brochure, and it was from this kind of style that I copied that. I go, this would be kind of cool to do that for pilots or people in Starfleet, a little primer. We'll fold out, you find the seat back, next to your barf bag.
That is
very
kind of
tongue in cheek. People are like, those people are too big. Oh, yeah, I know.
Don't worry about
That's why they crashed in the water.
They were too heavy.
Yeah.
Looks like you were kind of playing with some filters here.
Yeah, there was a Photoshop thing I was playing with this kind of like a posterizing thing.
It looks good. That looks good. I like the dip in the front there, where there's a glow underneath the.
Yeah, that would be a navigational deflector. Just another hybrid ship, so you still have a regular dish below as the main sensor, which is what it is on the TOS Enterprise. It's just a sensor. The deflector itself is those 3 blue dots on the leading edge of the primary on the TOS Enterprise. Now on this one, it's got a slot, which is a prototype navigation deflector that's built into the hull. And eventually, if this were to be developed, it would lose its dish, and all you would need now, of course, is that glowy thing.
The glowy thing, yes. We're being technical here, captains. The glowy
That's
thing.
right. Do you see dishes at all on anything beyond motion picture era? No, you see glowy thing.
Now this I thought was kind of interesting. Also on the future project schedule is 1/12 scale Blade Runner, a spinner.
Oh yeah. That's a Randy Cooper kit.
I'm like, where's the engines? Just like the whole.
It's all in the back.
Yeah. So when you're doing your projects, like you said, you're about a year out. Are you working on just one or multiple? I guess when you get to painting stages, there's time that you can sort of.
I like to work on one project at a time, so I can concentrate on it. Sometimes things overlap depending on the schedule of when things are being printed, because things can be printed while I'm working on stuff on the bench. So I could overlap a little bit. So I'm always working and maintaining a schedule. Sometimes it's always waiting for something to happen. So right now there's 2 current projects on the bench, Enterprise and Excalibur. And I've got a couple of new Discovery Pike era and new Enterprise projects.
Nani?
On the heels of the Pike era, Strange New Worlds Enterprises.
Let's go.
Are next. And then I've got 2 Radiant in the wings as well. That I have clients who want them fully painted and lit. So that's also in the line. And gosh, there's a list quite long. It extends into next year. For patient people who are waiting to go.
And I'm pretty sure that list is going to grow longer now, if it hasn't already. Have you checked your email box yet?
What's that?
Have you checked your email box yet, just in case you got more requests?
Yeah, they're going to be disappointed when I got to say no, sorry.
I mean,
to wait.
Yeah, it's going to have to wait. Has Bill attempted a V'ger? I don't know.
A feature? No, the whole thing?
That's the whole pickle?
I have the whole pickle, no.
The whole space?
I have not.
That would be the thing, but no, it's this whole thing, just not just today, Bill, like yesterday and even today, as my gosh, I cannot put into words. Me personally, again, this just feels like another step closer to Star Trek for me. Having had you on here and just talking, I just feel like this is exactly what I want. Just us having a conversation. Yeah, I had questions, obviously, but I hope it came. Most of them. And you did, and I think, captains, I hope it came through that you saw and heard how passionate he is, and I think that's kind of really what drove, I should say, his ShangriLa, the now Titan, into Star Trek. And I joked about it before, but it is something you can kind of almost tick off your bucket list, right? Like just having a ship in actual Star Trek and
sure
it being there. And sure, I know you can't say. I won't say what you told me yesterday, but when you were speaking of a particular future event, you kind of lost your marbles a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the type of sort of reaction that I wanted to hear and wanted to get. And all I can say is, Bill, thank you so much. I know I only had you till at the very latest 9 o'clock, and I know it's 9 o'clock your time already.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the family might want to, because I know I booked this, captains, a little earlier, just because he did want it up until 9. So I apologize about going over there. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But 100%, again, I thank you so much. And like what you had mentioned earlier, there is going to be a part 2. I can't wait for that. I'm going to try to do a little bit more homework, especially when it comes to watching season 3 of Picard and trying to pick out those things that you'd mentioned to me so that we can talk about it again here on the bridge. But as a final sort of word, did you have anything you wanted to say to our fellow captains here?
I'd say boldly go, because my throat is ready to give out.
No, again, I thank you.
Sponsored by. No.
There you go. Oh, no. 2 plugs. Go. 2 plugs.
I plugged it. Yeah, sponsored by VapoCool.
And?
For sore throats. And Ricola.
Yes.
Ow.
Oh, okay, cheers. No, Bill, thank you so much.
Yeah, I could.
Oh my gosh, injury on the on the interview.
Yeah.
We went 4 hours with no injury, and at the very last minute,
What happened? Poked the eye by Ricola. Oh my god.
There's gonna have to be a warning device there, but. Bill, again, thank you. I can't thank you enough. You'll probably receive more thank yous from me on Discord and on Twitter, but what I'm going to be doing is, and you're more welcome to stay, but if you go, we totally understand. I am going to go once again over the giveaways that we'll be doing for Star Trek Fleet Week here. Again, you're more than welcome, but I know you have to go, so you probably ran out of liquid that you need to
yeah, I'm out of it.
So
you ran me dry, man.
Well, again, Bill, thank you. I really do appreciate it. There you go. Thank you again, Bill. I know I can only say it so many times, but that's the only word I can have to just sort of translate. Just thank you so much for your time.
You're very welcome, and we'd love to come back again. So
100%.
Thanks for the invitation. I'll see you next time.
Yes, sir. Have a good night.
Goodbye, all. How do I get out?
And so there you go. There you go. Captains, that was absolutely, utterly ridiculous to have Bill here on the bridge. I cannot even... We could have gone longer, but I know for a fact that he had to be done by 9 because of family dinner, just family, 100%. So, but I hope you captains could tell how passionate he was about that. So before we go, I have an announcement to make, which I did at the beginning of the stream, which is the giveaways that we'll be doing. It is now live. What I'm going to do, captains, is release the video here in about probably about an hour, which will give you 4 links, and I'll bring it up here. I'll just speak about it. So, along with Star Trek Fleet Week and being a part of it, Ambassador Kale, so shout out to Ambassador Kale, had given us a bunch of codes to give away. And captains, we are going to run it from today until the end of the month to give everyone a shot. So on YouTube, those who missed the interview will have it in the description below and or in the video you can see published after this. So there's 4 giveaways happening, and I'll go over them right now before we get off the bridge here. So the first one is Elite Service Packs. Those we have 5 to give away on each platform. So PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. We'll be doing a draw for that. Okay. The next one up is the Federation Responder Bundle. For that one, we have codes. We have 4 draws for PC and 2 draws for PlayStation. And of course, the last one, courtesy of Cryptic / Ambassador Kale, is a 10th anniversary legendary bundle for any platform for the winner. So if you're a captain on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, and if you win, all you got to do is let us know what platform it is, and Kale will give you the code. Now, for us personally, we were sort of also wanted to do our giveaway, which it was sort of waiting for Kale's help because we had mentioned we were about to hit 1,000. He said, yeah, I can give you codes. So we're going to just run this along and add this on, which is a thank you, captains, for supporting us here on the YouTube and Twitch bridge. So I'm just calling it the 1,000 YouTube, 1,000 Twitch giveaway. What we'll be giving out there is a T6 ship coupon, lockbox key, T6 ship upgrade, because you know, captains that watch my videos, I don't use one of those. Sometimes, but I have enough. A space trait, a personal space trait, and plus some more random items that I will be adding and giving. So captains will have a chance from today to the end of the month of October to enter, and all you got to do is follow us here on Twitch through that link. Subscribe here to the YouTube bridge, and also for additional entries, follow us on Twitter. So look out for that video. 100% captains, I'd like to say thank you so much. I can't. My mind is blown. It literally is just blown right now. As much as it has ever been blown, because it's another sort of step being closer to Star Trek, and to have been able to talk about just ships, you can tell that we could have gone forever, but that just means that we'll just have another time to do so, and it'll probably be after the end of season 3 when we see this other ship that he's shown us. Again, just for him to share that information with us was just absolutely awesome. So again, captains, thank you so much. I appreciate. If you do me a favor, captains, right now we're going to be looking to see who we can pass on the love to, and I believe we should have some. I thought we should. Don't see anyone on the YouTube side of things, I believe. So we're going to go to Twitch. We're going to go to the Twitch bridge and see who we can raid. But at this juncture, captains, once again, wake up. LAP, I love you all. I just can't. I just can't thank you, captains, enough. I really can't. So we'll try to find out who we can raid, and also we'll also send the link out to you caps there. So we'll try to find someone Star Trek here. So who do we got here? We got some others that we have not met before. So why not show the love to them? Because we all know how that feels when a new captain just gets blown away by the support that the Stoic community, which is the best community, gives its fellow captains. So I think we found one here. We're gonna go see Vezra 420. Vezra 420. I actually put this here on the YouTube link too as well. So captains, if you want to keep going here, oops. On here, at least we'll put this in the YouTube chat here as well. There. So that we can say hello. There, and of course the Twitch will be automatic because we're going to be rating this fellow captain here again. So this would be our stream for today, captains. We're going to take some time to just get some din and then head off, maybe just do our dailies off stream. But again, once again, thank you so much, captains. I love you all. Before we go again, so Excalibur3X, thank you so much for the command code verification /follow. Fidel Games, thank you for the follow. I'm Highlanders for the raid. Ray for the resub. Tan for the resub. Becky, thank you so much for the follow. Mal for the resub. And Sid, Sab, Wenlock, Will Forley, the Dr. UK, Lord Skez, Dead Space for the follows, McStud for the raid. Thank you so much. Zez for the resub. Victor for the follow. Lich for the resub. I appreciate you, caps. Let's head this. Send the love over for a new captain there. Again, thank you so much, captains. I hope you enjoyed that. If you missed it, it'll be on the YouTube channel, and we'll leave it on this note.
Live long and prosper.